Infrastructure Services Committee meeting 13th of February 2024 to order. And to open, Ms. Marlene McDonald will open the meeting with a karakia. And I just realised I haven't. Yes, she is good. Thank you, Marlene, for your karakia. There is nobody up for public forum, so at the moment we'll move on to item 3, apologies. We have 2 apologies, one from Councillor Lefiso and one from. Do we accept those apologies? Second to Councillor Walker. All those in favour? Aye. Carried. Item 4, confirmation of minutes. Anybody want to say anything about that? So therefore, if not, I move that the committee confirms the agenda without addition or alteration. Seconded. Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Declarations of interest. Councillor Wiley has informed me that he has a change of declaration.
Yes, can it please be added that I'm acting as Chief Executive of Volunteers South for a period of 3 to 6 months.
Thank you. Anybody else we need to change there? Okay, I move then that the committee amends the elected or independent members register and confirms the proposed management plans for elected or independent members' interest. Seconded, Councillor Weatherall. All those in favour? And I have to apologise, I went past item 4. Confirmation, item 3, I think. Did I do it the other way around? So what was confirmation of minutes is coming up. I did that. Oh, sorry, I thought it was okay, item 6 then, confirmation of minutes. Anybody have anything they want to say from the minutes that are on the agenda? Therefore, I move that the committee confirms the minute of the Infrastructure Service Committee meeting held on the 15th of August 2023 as a correct record. Seconded, Councillor Mayor Radich. All those in favour? Carried. Item 7, Part A, reports, actions and resolutions of Infrastructure Services Committee meetings. Do we have any questions for that item? Councillor Barker, do we have staff at that?
Just have a question around in the August meeting there was, I'm just trying to find a bit of paper with it on, there was a item for consideration by the chair, it was Councillor Wiley that brought it up and requested a report to the Infrastructure Committee on cost options for the exchange area component of the Central City Plan in time for consideration at the 10-year plan 2024-2034 budget meetings. And Councillor O'Malley accept consideration of the item. So I'm just wondering, it doesn't appear on either this, and I don't know if it's a resolution, or it doesn't appear on the forward work program either. So how does that sort of thing get captured?
So this one has been superseded by the council resolution to do the integrated business case for the remaining precincts. So but it probably just needed to have been closed off, and that's said on that forward work program. So I'll have that added in as a closed item next time with the reference to the council work program.
Any more questions, Councillor Benson-Pope?
Just a question in respect to the note about the RLTP and the progress on the draft. Is there any update on the status of the implementation of the loop bus issue? Is that being supported by the ORC for the draft RLTP?
I actually did send Ms. Benson an email about where that was on the RLTP, but she's not.
I'll follow up with Mr. Saunders, but I know there's been some challenges for the Regional Council with a change in focus for Whakatahi NZTA since the election.
But we'll follow it up.
And can you keep us in the loop about that, please, in due course?
Yep. A comment? Is it a question?
I'll make it a question. So at the last public transport meeting, ORC talked about, suggested that they were going to prepare a business case for the loop bus. Have we heard any information about that?
No, and the environment has changed slightly since then, so I will follow up with Mr Saunders and update councillors once I have confirmation.
I have Councillor Gary, then Councillor Barker. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Two questions. One on item 3. Do we have any sense at this point where in the LTP that's going up for consultation the Peninsula connection sits? It was one of the items in a motion last annual plan.
Get that as well, and as I've mentioned a couple of times, the Peninsula connection is part of the discussion in the capital budgets, but it is not, apart from the piece at Portobello, the boardwalk, the remainder of the connection is not funded in the capital program.
Understand that wasn't my question. My question was, where does it sit in the RLTP? Because there was confirmation it was in there previously. I wanted to know if it's in there to go out for consultation.
LTP or the RLTP?
Sorry, I'm dealing with a black screen at the moment.
Okay. Do you want to have an adjournment?
Yeah, actually, I just got my computer screen's gone black, so I propose we adjourn for 5 minutes so that we can answer Councillor Gary's and I get my computer going again. Councillor Walker seconded. All those in favour? Thanks. I don't know what I did then.
So just to reframe my question so it's clear what I was asking, as per the resolution of council back at the annual plan last year, I was wanting to know where the Peninsula Connection unfunded sections sit in the regional land transport plan. And moving on to my second question, which is about the first item, are staff aware at the disquiet around this wonderful guide, beautifully put together, and compliments to the staff who did, but there is disquiet in the community around that has been published and no indication that it suggests that the project is completed, and it uses the Te names, and yet the bit right outside the turn off to the marae is not as yet funded, and there's no acknowledgement of that. Are staff aware of the disquiet?
I can comment on that. The Mayor and I have both received a letter about some of the as yet uncompleted sections of the road, and will be responding once we have been fully briefed.
Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Just back on the RLTP, which is the third item down, it says ongoing process, RLTP going to consultation in March and April 2024. However, yesterday in the ODT, the Otago Regional Council said that it was open from 12th of February till the 15th of March, so it's open now, and I'm quite concerned about how is the mechanism that the DCC or anybody interested in things like the Peninsula Connection actually submit to that? Will council be doing a submission which might include Peninsula Connection, or do we work at a different level?
So I was just going to say, thank you, Councillor. I'm not sure, and I'll find out information out for you. But
Just being on the RTC, the city itself contributes through the technical advisory group and makes up a lot of the document in and of itself that then gets consulted on. So in some regards, it's an author.
Well, what's the process for us having input into the authorship? I know that there are representatives from council on it, but what about the rest of the council and how we prioritise our projects to go into the RLTP? How does that work?
Well, effectively, it works through the infrastructure committee setting up the plan in the first place, and this would be where we would influence it. And then our staff join the technical advisory group of the Otago Southland group, and then submit the Dunedin section of that to them. So, if you wanted something in that technical advisory group, this would probably be the place in which you would put it. But then it would go in the balance of everything else that's sitting in the planning for the RLTP.
So would we submit as council, because it says submissions are open until the 15th of March? I'm just concerned about whether we or our community might miss out on submitting. Just a kind of a technical process question.
Yeah, I would suggest that we probably submit it because we've written it, but if council always would want to make a particular point in a submission that doesn't sit in our technical advisory group write-up, it's probably a place for the councillor to do so. But I'm not sure. I mean, I bring the minutes of that meeting to here so that we can see what's going on in that committee, and we are somewhat sort of, I wouldn't say making it up as we go, but we are defining how we do it each time we go into it slightly differently. I would suggest that you have a suggestion that things you want. I know the Luke bus has obviously just come up. I would say that probably it's very hard. I mean, to be honest, it's a question I've asked myself. How do we pass a resolution? If we have things that we want to take to that committee, do we pass resolutions here and then take it to the committee? Which would be a way to do it. We're probably in a better position than just having to submit to our own process.
What I would say, if I can, through the chair, is passing a resolution here is one thing, but it will need to align with what we're funding, potentially. So there would need to be some work done if you passed a resolution.
I completely agree there.
Yeah.
It gives the member a direction when they get to the regional transport committee if there's something that's coming from the council to give them direction. But obviously, the context of that would be, whether or not we're actually going to fund it before. Because you simply can't put something into the RLTP budget unless you are committed to funding it yourself. Sorry if that isn't a complete enough answer. I think it is an interesting place of how do you put a single item into something like the Regional Land Transport Plan? Councillor Gary. Oh, I've got Councillor Walker first, then Councillor Gary.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't have a question, but my interest has been piqued by a comment just made by the CEO in relation to Councillor Gary's inquiry on the peninsula. The suggestion was you've made it clear a letter has been received by yourself and the Mayor. Are we able here to know, A, where that's emanated from, and B, can we be party to that letter?
Through the chair, at the minute it's come from the Runaka. I would like to consider our response before we provide it more widely.
And can you speak generally about the concerns of the Runaka?
I'd prefer not to at this point.
Councillor Gary.
Oh, just a question of clarification. When you said around the process, I was very interested in the process you talked about. It's true, is it not, that if council doesn't fund something, Waka Kotahi certainly won't? And so it's a kind of a double-edged sword, isn't it? It's which comes first.
If you are putting a budget item in the regional land transport plan, you have to have a matching budget item in your 10-year plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have one question, and it is about the Waste Minimisation Management Plan Steering Group. It was established in November 23, and I'm a member of that. And in the next item, the forward work program, the Waste Minimisation Management Plan is coming back to Council in June, but the steering committee has only had its primary meeting in November, and it's only 4 months to June. Can I get some feedback from the team as to when that steering committee will meet again and how much steering it will be doing?
Certainly, I'll pass that to Mr. Henderson. He'll be over shortly for an update paper.
Okay, good, thank you. Any more questions? Then I move that the committee notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of Infrastructure Service Committee meetings shown as attachments A and B. Seconded, Councillor Lucas. All those in favour? Anyone wish to speak? Good, thank you. Then we'll move on to item 8, Infrastructure Services Committee Forward Work Programme. Do we have any questions from that? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, a couple from me. Page 30, just go through an Infrastructure and Services Committee talking about public toilets. And I know we've addressed this before, and maybe it's a question for Mr. Ward, who's I can see is here, or Mr. McLean, just around the new toilets in St Leonard's. And for me, it's just always raise a red flag when I see working with Kiwi Rail, because that equals long term to me. And I just asked this question about progress in the context of the fact now that we've got, when there's double cruise ship days and cruise ships, and there's hundreds and hundreds of people trailing along that pathway. And at the moment, we have a couple of temporary portaloos. I don't know if they're staying there or not, but they're pretty disgusting. So I just want to know where that is. And I'm looking at you nodding. And again, it's probably just going to be we're working, and it will come at some point. Hence, any clearer.
I don't have an update to provide you with today, Councillor, but I can find that information and get back to you.
In the course of that question, I've forgotten my next question, but I'll come back to it.
I'll just put you back down on the list.
Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
I too have a toilet question. In the last ISCOM in August, it had that the Changing Places toilet was to be completed in February 2024. The construction of the exchange toilets was expected to begin September 2023, and the Outram Glen due to begin October 2023. And I can't see any update around them here, and I was just wondering, because of public interest, about where they might be at. Are we expecting the Changing Places toilet to open this month?
We are not. There's been procurement issues and location issues with the Changing Places toilet, and there's an update in the capital program that's coming to council as part of the 10-year plan.
So in future, I think we're expecting some activity reports, and I note there's the major projects. In the last ISCOM, we were expecting major report updates in October, November. So with that and the toilets, would we be expecting something like that to come in activity reports in the future?
But we're working with the respective chairs on how we report on respective activities, and with ISCOM working with the chair, we've got Waste Futures and something else. So at the program level, there's a program level for waste rather than a waste activity report. So we're just looking at what will work. So some of those things will be captured in the forward work program, others differently.
My next question is just about Kettle Park, and it's probably a memory question because it says that staff are working through a series of options looking at remediation for Kettle Park, and we're expecting a report by the end of the year. I just wonder, but given that we're going through the LTP process, if we're putting a chunk of money away for what might be the expected remediation, or will that be waiting until after the report?
So the capital budgets don't include money for remediation of Kettle Park, but they do flag that it's an issue, and there is a small amount for the initial work, but full remediation is not yet in the budgets because we don't know how much to put in.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. Just keeping on the toilet thing, I was just wondering an update actually on the Outram toilet.
I'll find out from Ms Nielsen. I know there were some delays over the land tenure, which have been worked through with the regional council, so that's what held it up. But it is, I'll get the detail of when it's going to be installed and then the other works that'll happen shortly afterwards.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks. Memory has returned. I just wanted to ask, and I'll just include it in the transport section. It's the, and I was hoping Miss Benson would be here, but probably Mr McLean will know. We were promised last year that talking of uncompleted cycle shared paths, that little bit of completed bit of this side cycleway to take us off Anzac by taking us to the railway station. We were promised that would be open by the end of this month, and we've got 16 days left. Is that still on track to be completed?
I don't have that level of detail, sorry, Councillor, but I'll find out for you.
Looking at it visually, it looks, I mean, certainly on the closer to the bridge side, it looks like it's all completed. So I'm wondering why, it's not happened and nobody is aware of where that sits.
I'll find out for you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Chair. The Central City Plan, great news to see the date of April for expected completion. My question is, how are we going to celebrate the end of the project?
Isaacs have suggested through the Chair a celebration that we're just working through with them about its appropriateness or otherwise in the current fiscal climate.
I'm assuming there are many ways to celebrate. It doesn't all have to cost a lot of money, but we should celebrate. Thank you.
Mr Mayor.
Sorry, just going back to the Outram Glen toilet situation. Is it our expectation, is it Council's expectation that that will be installed and working this year?
In my understanding, it will be this financial year, yes.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. My question is also about the Central City Plan, and I won't be the only member of the council who is delighted to see the quality of the work in place, but nor will I be the only member of the council who's seen that there is an issue with cleanliness. It's always been the case that those pavements that are covered by verandas or walkways, such as Albion Lane, are not washed, and the only regime we have in place is water blasting, which damages grout, or vacuuming, which doesn't clean anything. And so I'm concerned that beautiful work in the street is degraded by normal dirt that's tracked around the town. And Albion Lane is filthy at the moment if you go and have a look. And if you walk in front of the Meridian where the paving is stunning, you'll see that the light coloured pavers are dirty. And what I'm asking for is an assurance that at the time of the 10-year plan discussions, we can have an informed discussion about cleaning, and I mean washing, scrubbing alternatives that might be available to us to ensure that the streetscape paving that we're installing is appropriately cleaned and maintained. I don't mean swept and I don't mean sandblasted, I mean washed, because there are areas where there's no natural washing and we do need to attend to it. So I'd just like to know that Mr Ward or someone is alerted so that we can find out how much the appropriate machinery and operating costs are, so we can have a debate that's informed at the time of 10-year plan.
Thanks, Councillor. I'll find out the maintenance program for it and provide that detail to you.
Just following up on Councillor's question, I assume it's transport that does the cleaning, or is it is transport? Cool, thanks. Councillor Vandervis.
Councillors may remember when it was first suggested that we put this new surface in George Street, that my plea at the time was, please don't use concrete and don't use 50 shades of grey because of the cleaning issue.
Can we get to
the
the
cleaning
questions, please?
issue? Sorry?
Councillor Benson Pope did it as well, so I just want to make sure we don't start into it. Can we just get straight to the question rather than the preamble?
The question was, why is it that we have, at extraordinarily high cost, Councillor Hall, I think, worked it out at $6,000 per square metre. Why is it that we've ended up with a surface that is porous, extremely difficult to clean, and quite frankly, not as good as the brown bricks that they replaced?
Which item does that question relate to? So is it related to the item, or is it? I'm not sure. Otherwise, I mean, staff can answer it, but
Regardless, and through the chair, the decision has been made. The pavers are in place, and so there's little staff can add. It was a decision of council to use this treatment.
and I just sort of remind everybody we've got to stick to the actual items in front of us rather than litigate things that we've litigated in the past. Any more questions? I have two. One's major projects, and it says that progress updates will be provided as and when required, and the whole major projects calendar is empty. Who determines as and when required?
As you know, there are two new GMs in this space, and so they will begin meeting with you, and we will start to program them in. But we've recreated this forward work program, so technically you would have Waste Futures in February. It's a major project, and so you've got a Waste Futures update. So we will look at program that in consultation with you and the Deputy Chair.
Yeah, and I think that would be good, because I think the other aspect would be that some councillors would want to see some of the projects, because originally I'd asked Mr Drew for this item. It was more for, it was actually the two that came to mind were Kaikoura Valley had a major change, the KV program, a major change in it, and hasn't been reported back, and then Bond Street, the upgrade of Bond Street got abandoned, and we weren't really aware that it had happened. So it was more a case of just an update of where the projects are, where they're moving, rather than a full thing we're getting today.
I think, and again, this forward work program probably should be coloured in with reports, because the water update, the Three Waters update, also has updates on various major projects as well.
Cool. And then coastal management options, the report is due in August 2025. So that's a month before, 2 months before the end of the triennium. Are we going to be doing any coastal? I mean, I'm thinking of the wharf at Karatane as one example, the erosion down by Brighton. I know we're waiting on this report to start doing the work, but the report itself is not going to come to August 25. What's the reason for taking that long?
Thanks, Mr Chairman. We're still waiting on the final version of the coastal hazard screening, so that will then inform a report on the options. So, I understand we'll have that in hand, that coastal hazard screening in hand in the next couple of weeks. So,
is there any chance we get an interim report before August 25?
Yes, yep.
That'd be good.
The forward work program schedules a report towards December, but I'd imagine that depending on the outcome of the hazards work, it may be sooner.
Maybe earlier. Yeah. Good, great, thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Mr Chair. You'll be aware of this, but I think just for the table and for the public, an update on the speed management plan and when or if that group will be reconvening based on the issues that were last consulted on back in October.
So at the moment the committee is in adjournment and will remain in until we get clarity from the government as to what the future looks like, and then the committee will re-meet, and at some point we'll re-adjourn the meeting, but reconvene the meeting. But we're waiting on central government direction first, because it's essential really for the rollout. Okay, any more questions? And thank you for that question. Okay, then I move then that the committee notes the Infrastructure Services Committee Forward Work Programme as shown as attachment A. Seconded. Councillor Weatherall. All those in favour? Against? Good. Okay, then carried. Moving on to item 9, the Three Waters update report. I think we have Mr. Ward, Ms. McKenzie, and Mr. Oliver. Thank you very much. Do you wish to speak at all to the report?
No, thank you. Take as read.
Great, thank you. Questions? Councillor Vandervis.
Looking at future planning on page 36 and 62, I understand that there is also included, but not included here, significant upgrades planned for Middlemarch, Warrington and Waitati. Middlemarch having a very basic kind of water treatment facility currently. And I'm wondering how we have come to the decision to put significant money into these increased levels of service, and what councillor decision has preceded the planning and budgeting of the significantly increased levels of service.
I mean, I just before Mr. Ward answered, I think Te Mata Arawa is the reason that we're doing this, largely, and I wouldn't necessarily say that we're taking the levels of service to increase, but rather making sure that they're compliant with the regulator. Is that correct?
And what I would add, that's exactly right, that we've got a different regulatory framework, but also the capital budgets are coming to council, and you are free to not fund that work as part of the capital program, but you then potentially expose us to regulatory risk.
So the answer really then is that these increased levels of service, which have very significant costs attached, are being forced on us by Te Ata Arawai.
There's a new regulatory framework which we are required to give effect to.
So it doesn't really matter what council resolution may or may not be associated with it, this is going to happen anyway.
The council, as part of the capital program, gets to determine the priority of the work and when you want to do it, and so the timing, and you may choose to not do that work, but the staff advice will then focus on what level of risk that exposes us to in terms of not meeting our regulatory requirements. Also,
thank you for that. So there may be the possibility that we could, as a council, have some influence over the timing of it, if not the actual having to do it. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm interested in page 39, item 30, interim storm water management approach. I note that the number has blown out considerably since 2019, from 19 to 89. And I was interested particularly in item 31, and it talks about addressing the balance of the identified private watercourses now on hold and any new issues. So how will we prioritise? We've had, I believe, a system of prioritising those sites when there's been a weather event. Now that work is on hold, where does that all stand for the householders? And I remember, way back when they came to present at Public Forum, and just how stressed many of them were in the early part.
We will endeavour to continue to support where we can, but it's as a private issue. It's not a primary council responsibility, so we will look to remediate where that's practicable and feasible, and where funding permits. But this is one of the challenges for us as we grapple with growing needs and a finite budget environment.
Understand that. I wondered how we're explaining, are we in contact with those homeowners? Some of those homes have changed hands, and I just wonder if the homeowners understand the change in priorities, because clearly some of them will have gone from quite high on the list to, you know, near the bottom of the 89, even though they may have been flooded several times or whatever.
Yeah, so we have a mix of communication, some proactive, some reactive if there's a particular inquiry coming our way, but we do endeavour to keep homeowners informed.
Just like to follow up on Councillor's question, because I was going to ask something quite similar. Am I correct that a large number of the stormwater systems that we're using that is integrated in our stormwater system is sitting as private stormwater assets? So we have pipes that are basically receiving stormwater and then going back into our system again, and that section is private, but it's actually integrated into our stormwater system.
I think there's a multitude of examples of where there's public and private facilities offering stormwater management.
I am looking at point 31 myself, and it says that basically the work on addressing this is basically stopped. Is that correct?
In terms of the physical program, at this moment in time, yes. In terms of understanding what the priorities are and as funding permits, and also noting that ostensibly this is a private matter, but council has previously taken the position to assist where it can, and it's finding that balance of where we can, we will.
But we haven't, as an entity, as the council itself, addressed how private that private matter is, because some of these are acting, they appear to be acting more in the public good than the landowner's good. It just happens to be sitting on that landowner's limb. Is that correct?
Yeah, and so we evaluate the legal status of that on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. I think we may need a more integrated approach to that in the future, but...
Yep.
Yeah.
David, with the draft capital budget that's coming, there's an increased investment in the Three Waters space. Does any of that go towards how we might manage stormwater issues in the future?
Certainly a component does, yes, but it's not, you know, infinite in terms of what we are able to achieve. It's still bound by the deliverability and the affordability of the solutions in a prioritised way.
When Mr. Dyer was in charge, I know that we were going, it was when we were first starting this assessment, I thought that the number could be as high as 30% of the stormwater system sitting in private. Or higher.
Yes, Councillor, we've done a piece of work to look at that proportion, and it is in that order of around 30%. I can't recollect the exact numbers, but we could come back to you on that.
I think strategically it's good to understand that, because we're quite literally as part of our system, and I think we haven't. Have we addressed the question of whether or not we would ever consider that, given that it is part of our integrated system, we would actually eventually bring it into our asset plan?
Different question that might of the lawyer, Nadia, with the ledge and what it might look like, we may not have a choice about how we manage it potentially as well if stormwater is covered as one of the three waters.
That's right. The particular issue to do with watercourses and all of that was actually dealt with by the current legislation, which in the coming days is going to be repealed. So let's see what happens with this particular issue going forward. Yeah. So we would expect it will be a topic going forward.
So that's really all I was looking for. Basically.
We will be looking to take an integrated approach. We just need to understand the framework that will be required to operate in.
Okay, so point 31 is really just the physical works at the moment are suspended, but we are still looking at this issue.
And remembering this is essentially an activity update on Three Waters that will feed, just to inform the background when you get to consider the capital budget next week.
I think Councillor Gary and I were just wanting to make sure that he hadn't just walked away. Okay, Councillor Barker. You're well, then we'll go you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so my question is about item 30, which obviously leads into precursor for 31. So in particular, looking at the Motu Street work that has been done, I've got a three-part question. Firstly, is it, or was it, possible to identify, locate and communicate with the the private owner, put that in inverted commas, of that stormwater network, the watercourse? And secondly, is it possible to compel them to upgrade that stormwater system to meet the current regulations and modern practice? And thirdly, now that we've done it, does it now become part of our network? Is that private ownership of it taken out? You know, is it removed from private?
Yeah, so I think this really refers back to what is the integrated approach that Council wishes to take. My understanding is that previous resolution sought to assist private owners where it was either unaffordable or impractical for them to implement a solution. So Council was offering commendable support, but that was in a very piecemeal approach, and I think this is where we find ourselves today. Going forward in terms of the having an integrated approach would also address the issues of ownership, transfer of ownership from private to public. That cumulatively could be a considerable number for Council to contemplate. So the piecemeal approach offering support has served a purpose where we find ourselves today, and with the contemplation of the changing landscape of Three Waters, I think it's appropriate that we look at a holistic plan for the region.
The first part of that question was, were we able to identify the owners of that system and communicate with them?
I'm not sure in that particular instance, but typically we do, yes.
I'm just looking at Beaconsfield Road in Portobello. I think if that's the one I'm thinking of, that was 3 properties, and I think the cost of remediation was $750,000. So a very big burden if the homeowner was to pay for it, and it was part of our system. Councillor Barker.
Thank you. I was just looking at paragraph 32, which is alongside the increased regulatory compliance, there's been significant increases in the cost of treating and distributing water. And then it says as a review of the cost of treated water is being undertaken as part of the 10-year plan process. And I wonder, will we see that report next week as part of the reports that we're getting?
Yes, I believe so.
So obviously it's directly related to rates and water delivery. I don't think I can ask you this question. So given that it's below the break-even cost of providing the service, will we be getting more information on what the actual cost of providing the service of water to residents is?
Again, yes, I believe so, Councillor.
Just to clarify that point, though, that this cubic metre charge, that's the industrial charge, isn't it, rather than the residential? Because residential is a connection and bulk fee, I think. Right?
Correct. Yes. So
Right.
it's proportionally it's not substantial. However, it's appropriate that we assess the cost to produce and supply that water.
Yep. Cool.
So now I'm a little bit confused. So obviously water is going to be a big part of our budget. So are we getting something that says how much it costs to? Is this industrial? Is this question here? Sorry, this paragraph here, is this about industrial water versus delivering residential water?
Yeah, sorry, yes, correct, and apologies if that's not clear. This is when we on-sell water.
So are we going to be getting a report about what the increase in the costs of delivering water generally? Because obviously we're going into these budgetary talks and we're hearing all through the news how much it's going to cost to deliver water. So are we expecting that as part of the deliberations?
So as part of, not as deliberations, but at the next meeting. Yeah. So there's the Three Waters capital program as part of the capital report. At the same time, the Three Waters operating budget will look at the cost of delivering the service of water. As it's currently drafted, it's still Three Waters is potentially still a deficit budget because of the cost and about whether, and the council will have to determine how much of that cost it wants to put directly on the water charge and how much on the general rate. And so that is how the budgets are currently structured. So that will be a topic of some discussion, I'm sure.
Cool. I have councillors Lucas, Gilbert and Walker. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. Back to paragraph 2, we talk about the upgrade of the Mosgiel water supply, expecting to commence early in 2024. Is that calendar year or I mean this financial year, or and just a wee bit more detail on exactly that in terms of starting that work?
There's components to the project, design and construction. So design has commenced, and construction is due to commence, I believe it's this calendar year. I will double check on that.
Thank you. And my other question, in paragraph 7, where you talk about your forecast spend of 85 million, and I think the budget was about 93 million. So is that the reduction between the budget and the forecast, is that some projects that will be delayed, or is that some savings you've identified? I'm just interested in...
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's a blend, principally savings, and we're looking for efficiencies right across the programme. You may recall I've described how we're taking a programme approach, and taking a programme approach, whether it's to water pipeline renewals or treatment plant renewals, affords savings to us. So we're looking to take advantage of those savings wherever we possibly can.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Some of my questions have more or less been answered, so we may be going over a bit of old ground, but forgive me. Continuing on a little bit on what Councillor Lucas was talking about, in point 6 or paragraph 6, design and physical work packages for treatment plant renewals are underway. Green Island, Tahuna, Mosgiel, Seacliff, West Tairi and Wakawaiti. I know we've spoken about it in the past. Are you able to give a sort of a brief overview of in terms of a reminder of the order of necessity and the timeframes of those?
Thank you, Councillor. So we have prioritised health, safety and well-being work first, so that the treatment plant operators can go about their work safely and uninterrupted. Then we look at resilience and security of supply, both supply of water to our residents, but also the receival of wastewater and disposal to the environment. So that it leads to a whole range of work being needed, often mechanical or electrical in nature. Sometimes it's pipelines, but at our plants have many moving parts, and the moving parts in themselves, we need to protect our workers from those moving parts. So typically it's health, safety and well-being, and then security of supply and resilience is the order in which we choose through the works. But there's a very long list of things that need to be done to improve our overall position.
Thank you. And on page 38, 25, in terms of the Minister's letter, it says that options available to councils to complete their LTP will be included in the repeal bill. Now, forgive my cynicism, options are wonderful, but we seem, in my head, to be still very much up in the air in terms of directions. So I worry that we're just going to be sort of continuing on as we left off last year under murky confusion. Is there any indication on how fulsome the information might be, or an informed suggestion on what might be included?
I'll grab this one. Councillor, no, there's not. One of the themes for the 10-year plan will be uncertainty, because at the minute everything we're seeing out of central government suggests that while the Water Services Entity Bill will be repealed in the next couple of weeks, it'll be mid-year before we know the first tranche of what they're proposing to replace it with, and mid the following year before the new proposal for CCOs is determined, so not ideal timing. And so at the meantime we've still got a water that we have to deliver and a network that we have to run, and the health and safety of the residents that we have to manage. So no.
That's what I thought. Okay, cool. And my last question is paragraph 32. We were talking about the $2 per cubic metre being a industrial or commercial rate. Does that subsidise the domestic delivery, which is just a connection fee, or does the connection fee sort of cover the lot?
No, it doesn't subsidise. It's just for the cost of producing and supplying that particular water to that particular sector.
Councillor Walker?
Thank you. I thought someone would get there, and Councillor Gilbert did. I mean, my question was basically about how do we financially plan in the context of lack of surety, and I guess the question was going to go to CEO or Mr. Ward around, I think Mr. Brown suggested yesterday, 23rd of this month, the Labour's Three Waters reforms are repealed. Mid-2024 is the CCO structure. 25, I think, is something around financial sustainability. So in the context of that and the suggestion that pretty much all local authorities would be in some way impelled to move towards water metering, how do you plan in this context?
I'll jump in there. At the minute, what we're planning is to continue delivering water as a local authority, as we're still bound to do. And structurally, how we then do anything after that, we'll need to work through whatever the government comes up with and where it lands. There's a technical advisory group that's been established nationally that is starting to look at these issues, that has representation from local government, infrastructure. There's an economist on there as well, I think. And so that we are not planning on changes yet until we know the environment that we'll be working in.
Thank you. And would it be safe to assume, looking from the past governments, actually of all colours, that timeline suggestions pretty much universally go beyond their anticipated sort of? I mean, I can't think of any situation. Please correct me if I'm wrong, where a long-term timeline of something of this magnitude comes in on time. So, I think everyone knows the answer. To the lack of question.
Okay, are you done? Questions?
Very much
Good.
done.
Any more questions? Councillor Ackland.
Good luck to you guys.
Thank you. Just a very quick question, paragraph 7, in relation to the capital program status. The DCC capital expenditure budget for 23-24 is 213 million. How is that broken down in terms of funding between debt funded and the funds that we basically receive from funding of depreciation? So I'm just trying to get an understanding of that 213 million. Obviously the purposes of funding depreciation is to have the money there to do a certain amount of, whether it be maintenance or upgrade work. How is that 213 million broken down?
I'm sorry, I haven't got that information right in front of me. I'll grab it, but the majority of the capital program of that 213 is debt funded, but I will find the details and circulate them.
I have a couple of questions. First one's point 8, the integrated systems planning's work. It says they're in the 4th and final stage. And it's expected to be completed in May 24. I assume we'll receive a report on that when it's completed. Will that come to INSCOM?
Yes, if ISCOM wishes to receive a report, we can provide one, yes.
Thanks. So just that the KV program was a good example of that. I was told at the time we weren't advancing that until the ISP had been finished, and same with South Dunedin Futures were somewhat dependent on that as well. So I think it's probably a relevant piece of work that we'd probably like to see a report on. Cool. Point 15, it's towards compliance and our review of Tamata ROI. We've submitted our drinking water safety plans, which is good to see they're up there now. Did we get any feedback from them?
Tamata ROI are typically reluctant to provide feedback other than through their formal reviews.
Yep.
But we have created and grown a relationship with them at a strategic level and operational level, and we hear indirectly through those conversations that we are well placed We have comprehensive drinking water safety plans. They're very thorough and complete, and they are maturing well as we learn more about our systems.
Very good. And have we gone through a full year's compliance with Te Mata Arawa yet, or is it just kicking in now? Reporting?
Yeah, the full year. Yep, November.
So sorry, Councillor, we're just completing our annual report for the 2023, from November 22 through to the end of 2023 at the moment. We'll be submitting that to them shortly.
Right, and then we'll get a feedback as to where we sit in terms of compliance.
Yes, and noting that compliance also requires it's record keeping as well. It's not just the water that you produce; it's the records associated with that as well.
Right,
which for all territorial authorities has been a step up in a requirement.
Also, from what I did see at the start, it seemed that some of the assessments were fairly broad. Like if you failed on a minor point, it was considered just a failure. And then if you were, and if that pipe was on a delivery system that was part of 50% of the city, then on that day you failed 50%. Are we still being assessed in that way?
Typically, yes, that's the regime for that.
So the anticipation then would be that all councils, even ones that are quite compliant, could get hit with a decent number of what would be called failures, but the failure may be something like a meter not running for 24 hours.
Potentially, and that would be a compliance breach in terms of the defensibility or the auditability of the service provided at that point in time.
Okay, thanks. And now I just want to move on to some regulatory questions. Some of the acts are being reformed, some are not. So the Water Services, Economic Efficiency and Consumer Protection Act is not being repealed. Does that act give the council an ability to deliver water through a water rate, or does it require the council? Because when I had a quick squiz at it, it seemed that this was an act set up to deal with how the entities would work. And so has it got enough sufficient flexibility in the Act that if you decided that you were going to keep your activity as a Department of Council, you'd still be compliant with that Act, or would it just simply have no relationship to you?
My understanding of that Act, a lot of it was the regulation of the actual water service entity. So while they haven't said a repeal, I can't see how they wouldn't have to amend that Act, although they haven't said that at this point. It's not... As you've alerted, it's not one of the acts that
it's in your report,
in the next 2 weeks.
Cool. And then will they reinstate all of Section 130 to the Local Government Act? Or we don't know, I guess, right? But they'll have to put some of that back. And the relevance of that is 3A, which is not use assets as a security for any purpose, which would be, if it goes back in, means that these entities would not be able to have secured.
So I couldn't, sorry, Councillor, I couldn't say, we'll see the repeal bill in the next couple of weeks. The indication from the December letter was a reinstatement of local government legislation. So let's see in the next couple of weeks if there's any amendments.
Yeah, because it was just struck out in whole when it was struck down. So if it's brought back in whole, this will be a relevant clause going forward. And that's it. The other questions have been answered. Thank you very much. Councillor Gary has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 37, item 22, national collaboration. Given the reported state of Wellington's water, I was sort of surprised to see this collaboration here, and I wanted clarification as to whether were we providing advice or were they providing advice to us?
Thank you, Councillor. On that particular occasion, we were working with them on the implementation of a compliance monitoring platform. They had implemented a compliance monitoring platform that provides the evidence to Te Mata Arawa ahead of us. So we were working with some of their technical people.
Thank you, I'm reassured.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. I think we all appreciate how unclear the situation is, but I just wondered, in the conversations you've been having with people, has there been any mention of the suggestion that we have seen in the media about the involvement of private financiers needing to approve whatever the government came up with or not, or indeed today's report from Nicola Willis saying, under a headline, new water system not expected to involve private ownership. Nonetheless, in her first paragraph, she says, I don't expect it will involve private ownership, but there will be a modicum of, it contradicts itself by saying there'll be a modicum of public ownership retained, which seems to me to be directly contradictory. Have you got any feeling for, or have you heard anything in these deep throat conversations that you're having?
Thank you, Councillor. I don't have any intelligence on that.
Questions?
And through the chair, thank you. Carolyn advises to your question, Councillor Ackland, of the $213 million capital program, $129 million is debt funded in the current year. And if I may, with your leave, Mr. Chair, going back to your questions, Councillor Gary, the business case for a loop bus, and that might be Councillor Benson Popes, the business case for the loop bus, a feasibility study is will be provided for in the RLTP, and the unfunded peninsula part is in the RLTP but is an unfunded project.
Good. Any more questions? Okay, then I move that the committee notes the Three Waters update report, seconded Councillor Ackland. Does anybody wish to speak to it? I do. Okay, so I'll just have a quick, I want to thank you for the support, and I think you can see in it that the investment that we've done to date is starting to show up now in actual capital works programs that have been executed, and I congratulate the Three Waters team on doing that. I did raise the issue of the private stormwater systems that are in the city. I think that is something that we're just going to have to come back and readdress. It will not be, in my opinion, something that we can choose to ignore because it is so integrated into our system. To Councillor Benson's Pope's talk about private financiers and stuff, I have seen emails that were extracted from Official Information Act requests of the trading banks talking to DIA about these entities, and they are insisting that there'll be a government guarantee. So when we talk about book separation, it isn't real because, in fact, we still have to provide the guarantee at the end. Otherwise, under Section 3A of the Local Government Act, we can't use those assets as a security against the debt, which means if it goes out as unsecured debt, this whole idea that this is going to come in at a lower interest rate just makes no sense. There is nobody who has said that you can get a lower interest rate on an unsecured debt compared to a secured debt. So if it separates away from councils in ownership, I bet you in there somewhere will still be that ultimately the councils will have to remain liable for that, so therefore the debt has not and will not actually be genuinely separated from you. Something to keep in mind as we go forward to the 10-year plan. Other than that, I just want to thank the team for all the work that has come along so far, and we will all be watching very closely to see what's coming out of the government, to see whether or not, in fact, this is actually any different from Labor's version. Okay, thank you very much. So I put it, all those in favour? All those against? Carried. Moving on to item 10, Waste Futures Update, and we have Mr McLean, Ms Canton and Mr Henderson. Ms Canton? Oh, we have two of the three. Thanks very much. Do you want to say anything or just go straight to questions?
Thank you very much. I'm happy to go straight to questions.
Councillor Barker.
I have a few questions, and they might be a bit in a bit of random order. Do we keep a record of how many visitors go to Green Island, or how many users go annually to Green Island?
Thank you, Councillor. Not an accurate record. We have obviously the transaction records past the booth, but that doesn't include those that go through the recycling and rummage store areas for at no charge. So no.
I'm just thinking about that in the perspective of that there was going to be an education centre put there, and I just wondered whether other venues for an education centre had been looked at.
We provide education in a number of spots across the city. The education centre at Green Island is more based around, it's the old gas building that was there, and it's more based around when we have landfill talks and tours. So it's actually for the school group and university students, etc., that go through and actually are looking at the landfill, and in the future we'll be looking at hopefully looking at the resource recovery park as well.
My next question is around the contract that was the curbside collection contract, and I wanted to look at C, where it says construction and management of a modern resource recovery park for improved recycling, reuse and food scraps and garden waste composting. So is Enviro New Zealand going to build that park, or do we own the park?
Council is building the park.
So the contract also says that it includes expanded waste minimisation education, and because obviously council is responsible for a lot of waste minimisation education, so then would Enviro New Zealand be responsible for the waste management education, or just part of the waste management education?
So the contract basically includes Enviro hasn't got a waste educator and 2 curbside auditors checking the bins. So their involvement is primarily around sources of contamination, and at the moment it's primarily around contamination in the bins, but in the future will include contamination of stuff that's actually been dropped off, and then we can hopefully target education campaigns around certain items of contamination, etc.
So that's like when you get your green or thing on your recycling telling you that you got all naughty. Okay, my next question is 14. I guess we're looking at new levels of service targets, and then 14 says that we're expected to achieve a reduction of 10 to 14,000 tonnes of waste to landfill, and the reduction in carbon emissions. So are we aligning the levels of service targets to take that giant leap into account?
I'll take that one. Thank you, Councillor. Yep. So we've got a range of new levels of service draft that Council will be considering shortly. So that's around. There is one for the capture of greenhouse gases and capture and destruction, and the frequency and reliability of the service. Yep. So they'll be coming to you shortly for your consideration.
Thank you. And getting into reporting as well, there's I think it's 16 measurements and performance indicators in the waste minimisation plan, and I just wonder what the process is for reporting them. There's a whole bunch that are annually. There's 4 that are reported in the annual plan, and the rest don't appear to be reported that I can see. Some are quarterly. So how are those going to be reported? I guess that sort of links back to the steering group and the terms of reference for that.
So as in reported to Council or to ISCOM, the levels of service in the 10-year plan are reported to ISCOM. The rest of them are actually just reported internally.
I'll jump in there. To the chair's point, I think the oversight group probably will have a view on how we can better update councillors, and it's probably an annual report on the plan generally, given that most of the measures are annual. But I think and then we would look to add that into the forward work program at the appropriate time once those measures had been completed on the annual basis.
Thank you. I just have one more question, which is just about the resource consent for the Green Island landfill and the status of that. It says that almost a year ago, on paragraph 31, on the 24th of March, ORC confirmed that the application had been accepted for processing, and I just wonder where we are in the. You can answer that. Where we are? Yeah.
The consent is still tracking through the process in exactly the way that we had hoped and anticipated. Yeah, I'm happy to provide a more fulsome update in a different forum.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Friar Street, I understand that closed late November, early December. Is that correct?
The waste management, Wycliffe Street, yes, yep, that closed end of last year, yes.
Were we notified ahead of that? I don't recall any information regarding that until it happened.
Yeah, it's not our site, it's a waste management private site, so I was notified probably about a month before it happened.
What impact have we seen with Green Island with that site being closed? Because through my business interest, I know how active that site was, and probably more so when I think of the impact around the student community and how they use that site, and then looking at what's going to happen in October, November coming, but also through the year as students clean up their flat and things like that, but also noting the pathways at Green Island currently, and even with the proposed upgrade, the traffic going through that at times is now extending out and is getting actually taking painfully slow at times.
I'll answer part of that question while Mr. Henderson answers the really technical ones. The net effect has been that the revenue at Green Island has gone up, which has been good. And so, as reported, I think in the finances, we've got a significantly higher revenue through Green Island because it's not going to the other transfer station.
In regards to the student area, I think you're referring to the university. Obviously, waste management is the contractor for the university area. There was a contract or an arrangement in place where students could use the waste management transfer station for free. I'm not aware of what other arrangements may be in discussion between the university and the contractor for how they address that kind of thing going forward. There has been, as the CEO has just described, there has been an increase in what's coming into Green Island since that transfer station is closed.
But also in the context of several other interactions we have with the university, we are discussing with them how we might look to manage the rubbish issues in the area.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I was, again, through my business interest, I was surprised all of a sudden that area was closed, and the impact in talking to other regular landfill users or waste drop-off people, whether it's builders or other industries, were quite surprised by it too, but also the impact on the time to go to Green Island, and again the wait times out there now, and the team out at Green Island do a fabulous job, and works really well once you get through or you choose your time. So are we basically now working with that increased demand from the community where we used to be relatively split over two sites?
Yes, I believe that's fair to say. There is increased demand on Green Island now. We have we've worked with Waste Management who operate the Green Island landfill on our behalf. We have an extra operator in the booth during busy times, and we've installed number plate recognition in an attempt to speed up the processing time. Obviously, we are planning to be redeveloping that site over the next few years, so obviously the increased demand on the site will be part of the planning for the upgrades to that public area.
Thank you. I acknowledge some of that is already in play, and appreciate that, and I'll use the rest for my time to come debate. Tahuna and the sludge, are we still incinerating the sludge, or is it all now still going to landfill?
I'll take that one if I may, Councillor. We primarily incinerate where we can. If the incinerator is out of service for repair or refurbishment, we will then need to take it to landfill.
So my question to follow up on that, if we're finding it appropriate to incinerate sludge, is there not an appropriateness to actually investigate incineration of waste?
Incineration of waste was considered under the original business case for the Waste Futures project, and it was discounted as an option.
Councillor Van der Vis.
On page 42, Waste Futures Program, the first line says, the Waste Futures Program actively seeks to enhance Dunedin's entire waste system. Is it not true that most of the weight or volume of waste in Dunedin goes to private sector businesses like Nash and Ross's landfill or Hall Brothers concrete recycling?
The National Ross landfill is a commercial landfill, so it does accept a lot of the commercial waste that comes out of Dunedin, but it cannot accept household rubbish.
My question was, is it not true that these private sector businesses take most of Dunedin's waste?
Maybe I can ask Mr. Henderson a slightly different question that I think will answer yours. Chris, about 60,000 tonnes, give or take, is the waste that we get on a year, and about 35,000 of it is within our control?
Yeah, about 35,000 tonnes of that is within our control, yes.
That answer your question, Councillor Van der Vis?
Yeah, to some degree, but I'm surprised at the figure, because I've been trying to get an answer to this for some years now. And I did get an answer some years ago, I don't know if it was 5 or 6 years ago, where the DCC was processing 19% of the waste in Dunedin and 81% of it was going elsewhere, mainly Nash and Ross, Hall Brothers, places like that. If that figure has increased as the 35 tonne, 60,000 tonne figure suggests, we've still got a situation where the DCC is only dealing with a minority, a smaller section of the waste that
Just also would ask you to get to the question quickly.
Well, the question was, how do we actively enhance Dunedin's entire waste system when we don't deal with an awful lot of it? And when I have asked this question in the past, you've said that there's no way of telling how much waste Nash and Ross deal with because they're a commercial operation and they won't tell you.
So to answer that last question first, the Minister for the Environment has instigated a national waste reporting regime, so it won't be too long until we actually are able to get accurate figures. There'll be amalgamated so that no particular player is identified in person, but we will actually be able to have a better understanding of the waste streams and exactly where they are going. The 19% figure you referred to was actually in relation to waste from curbside collection. That's the bags that we picked up. That's not including what's dropped off at Green Island and what actually goes through the gate at Green Island into Green Island landfill. That 19% figure was just the curbside collection of black bags.
Thank you for confirming and explaining that. The new waste procedure that you just referred to, where these things will have to be more accurately known, will that also include a significant amount of waste that gets dumped on farms and private properties, or will it just be to established business landfills?
My understanding is it will only be to established landfills. I believe the regional waste plan, land and water, excuse me, I can't quite remember the name, but the draft plan that's out from the OSC at the moment is still permitting farm fills as a permitted activity, not under any regulatory oversight. So.
And you don't have any idea of what volume or weight of waste that is? Okay, thank you.
Can I just follow up on Councillor Vandervis's question, your last answer, in fact? Because I know the old ORC policy, I think, was 1995, so I assume this is finally upgrading it. Are we submitting on that? Sort of back to Councillor Barker's early point on some of our other stuff. Will we be submitting on that ORC specifically around those farm landfills?
Yeah, there's a combined submission from Council, which has been organised in our policy team with input from various departments on all aspects of that plan.
And I guess it'll swing by us before it heads out. Good, thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this report and getting us tantalisingly close to July 1st. Two questions. Firstly, around the mixing of the garden waste and the compost, and correct me if my memory is not correct, but when we first reviewed this, there was a reluctance to do that for a number of reasons, and now we're doing it. So the question is, how can we be assured ultimately when we get our organic waste receival building up and running that the compost sold on is free of, for example, noxious weed seeds and or noxious chemicals?
So there is a national standard for compost, which includes a regular testing regime. So I was trying to answer the questions in sequence, but one of the procedure that we're looking at, or the process we're looking at, includes keeping the compost at 55 degrees for a couple of weeks in order to actually kill pathogens and kill the seeds. But then there also is a testing regime to test for those bioaccumulative weed killers, etc., that get in there. So the testing regime will be able to record that it meets the standard, the New Zealand standard.
So there's an assurance to the public that the compost they potentially will buy and receive will be free of any chemicals?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
And the second question is my reluctance or my illies at exporting waste out of region is well documented, and obviously we're going to be doing that with the organic waste for a wee while to Timaru, and the suggestion in this paper is that our operation will be up and running during 24-25. That covers quite a long period. What is your best sort of estimate guess at the moment? And on top of that, has the application, the resource consent, been lodged yet?
The resource application is basically ready to go. We're just pretty much waiting on the completion of a cultural impact assessment. I wouldn't want to commit to a time frame exactly based on the resource consenting process. It will depend on how that goes. A limited notification would maybe allow us to get the consent within, say, a 6-month period, whereas a full notification period on the consent would take considerably longer. So that's probably our critical timeline at this point, is the resource consent.
But you're confident of a 24-25 completion?
If everything goes according to plan and we get a relatively short-term consent, then yes.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all acknowledge how complex this change has been, but also how significant it is. And it's clear in the public domain that there remains a degree of confusion about what and when and so on. In the context of what I think is very good PR and community relations in terms of what you've done so far, for example, the bin lid clips for the yellow bins and the excellent website that I use regularly, I'm assuming that the new regime will also be added to the Let's Sort It Out website. And for those who don't have smartphones, there'll be material of the sort we used to have that makes it quite clear which bin when for people who can't access that site?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. There's a range of sort of communication avenues that we're using, including social media, updates to the website, which will be completed as a new service is about to come in, an updated app for the smartphones as well. But also when we deliver the bins, there'll be a physical booklet in there which actually talks about exactly what can go in what bin, etc. as well. So there'll be a physical booklet delivered with the bins. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Hopefully just a couple of questions. Paragraph 24, can you please remind, it's referring to Smooth Hill and the baseline environmental monitoring. Can you please refresh my memory as to what is being captured under that baseline monitoring?
There's a range of factors. Predominantly it's weather patterns and data, but it's pretty much based around groundwater monitoring, although at the moment there isn't any groundwater up there. So because there is the potential for some flow to go down the hill, we're monitoring what the groundwater, etc., is like in that area at this point in time.
Thank you, and obviously, given my increasing age, my memory is failing because I need another reminder in terms of the percentage of, so we're getting the organic and food waste bins. What percentage of the 60, I think it was, 60,000 tonnes of waste, how much of that is kitchen scrap?
It's a very good question, Councillor. So yeah, we're expecting, as I say, 10 to 14,000 tonnes could be removed, but that does include some stuff from commercial, etc. As I mentioned before, 19% of the waste that goes into Green Island approximately is from our curbside collections of black bags. We know that approximately 30% of the contents of those black bags is normally food waste or garden waste. So it's somewhere in that maybe, and this is just a guesstimate, around that 8,000 tonnes of food. There's about 140 tonnes a week of food waste going into Green Island landfill.
So are you aware of systems such as going on in, Trent Lakes, Ontario and Canada, in terms of trying to remove it from the system altogether, keeping it in the home, where over 3 months 151 homes removed 15 tonnes? I hate to think that I've got that much, but apparently I have. Are you aware of things like that? And if not, would you like to be?
I'm actually not sure what system you're referring to, unless it's incinerators.
It's called Eco 5. It's one of those bench top overnight turns dry, that one.
So we do provide the Bokashi buckets and that kind of thing to serve a similar purpose. And we have a slightly larger version, which is actually out at Green Island, the Rummage Store, which is for sale as well, a slightly larger version of the same thing. There's various versions of that. I'm not aware of that particular one. No, sorry, Councillor.
And my last question for you, and this one I'm not going to hold you to an answer. Are you aware of what percentage of the waste that goes to any of the facilities are things like coffee cups, single-use cups?
I couldn't give you that off the top of my head. The regional waste assessment came to ISCOM at the end of last year. I can't remember if it was broken down into that amount of detail in the. No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two of my questions were answered by Councillor Walker's queries around compost and waste export to Timaru. So I have a question around importing of Clutha District's wastewater for treatment. This might be for you, Mr. Ward. Do we send it back? Are we incinerating it? Is it processed at Tahuna? Do we charge them? And how long is this going to continue?
So yes, we do charge them. We process it at Te Huna where it's practicable to do so. As mentioned earlier, if the incinerator isn't in service for a particular reason, there might be some contingency measures, but typically we would look to process all of that at our facility and we charge that back. And we're only doing that whilst they're upgrading their wastewater system. So it's possibly for a few more months yet. I don't think it's going to run into years for sure.
So how long's it been going on for? How many tonnes are we receiving and how much do we charge per tonnage?
I don't have those figures to hand. I will get them for you.
Thank you. And then on waste minimisation education, I wondered if, and I note it's mainly around the bins getting checked around recycling, is it possible that we can utilise two of the organisations within council around the education programs? We've got our wonderful Enviro Schools team that work directly with the schools, because children are the future and they often role model good behaviour to their parents. Also, Keep Dunedin Beautiful, we are very focused on general waste minimisation across the city and very focused, Councillor Gilbert's already mentioned, on single cup usage, so perhaps we could look at teaming up with some kind of collaboration in the future around our education. That's not really a question. Are you considering that? Sorry. Have you thought of this? I did lead with, did you think about these groups?
Thank you, Councillor. That already occurs. Actually, both those, the Enviro Schools and Keep Dunedin Beautiful, are both actually partially funded from waste levy from my department. So our education officer works quite closely, especially with the Enviro Schools in that area. Yep.
So, wearing my Disabilities Issues Advisory Group hat, there is some concerns around, looks like a pirate hat, but it's multi-purpose. The bin system, are we going to roll out some education around that there are more bins and some diligence around returning bins, or even taking your neighbour's bin inside the gate, because it's with the increase in bins, particularly the student area, people are expressing that, you know, it's going to be more obstacles to navigate on our footpaths and road verges. And also, are we continuing our support with people with mobility issues, that they can have a liaison person that will help them to put their bins out for collection? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. To answer the second question, we still do and will be providing the assisted collection service for people with mobility issues that are unable to do it themselves. The issue of bins on the street is it's an ongoing education problem, because obviously there's the council bins, but at the moment there's also the private waste bins. It's an ongoing problem that we're constantly battling, so it will continue. Education will continue.
Councillor Barker.
Following on from that, I noticed that during the forward work program, I forgot to ask whether waste levy allocation policy, it's to review how waste levy funds are allocated on DCC waste minimisation activities. That seems to have fallen off the work program. Can you update me as to where it is?
So waste levy allocation policy has been superseded by the decision to amend the WMMP. The mechanism, or the framework, and any funds, the allocation of funds, is actually supposed to be covered off in the WMMP under the Waste Minimisation Act.
So how much money do we get from the waste levy, and we're aware that it went up from $30 to $50, which is quite a large increase. So how much does council get from that?
It's actually going up to $60 this coming July. I couldn't actually give you an accurate figure right at this point, because we've just started receiving the increased funding from the last increase last year. approximately in that $1 million mark a year.
So what's the timeline on the waste minimisation plan? My concern is that we're getting a large chunk of money and council kind of has no oversight on where it's going, and it might be possible to use it because it says in the policy that we could use it for funding pool for large projects. That's where I'm quite interested. So I wonder what's the timeline for the waste minimisation plan so that we can decide how we're going to allocate those levies?
Bearing in mind that the levy also actually funds the existing ongoing education and the staffing resources to provide that, and Enviro schools, etc. And this actually speaks to a question that was asked by the chair a bit earlier on. The steering group has met at the end of last year, had the first meeting. We currently have booked in the stakeholder engagement meetings, etc. So the intention is that the feedback from the stakeholder engagement, etc., will get together. Once we have that, we'll get together with reassemble the steering group to look at what changes we want to make to the WMMP. We will then press ahead with developing a draft of a revised WMMP, which will come back to ISCOM in around June. That then needs to be consulted on before it can be adopted.
But under the current WMMP, council could decide to allocate some of that funding for different opportunities, given that there's a whole lot of things that we're supposed to be doing under that. Would that be correct?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, the allocation of funding is only on waste minimisation management practices as per the Act. It's basically funding from any capital spending on a project that comes out of the waste levy is basically allocated as part of the capital plan.
Because the number has probably doubled, because it's gone from more than doubled since 2021, I'm just trying to understand how that money is being allocated and how councillors around the table are able to put that money towards waste minimisation, given that we are investing some serious money in increased resource management.
I'll grab that. The place for that discussion will be the budget meetings next week, and we'll make sure that information is there and councillors can have an opportunity to look at how that money is being used and what direction you might like to give.
Can I also make a suggestion that Councillor Weatherall and I are councillors on that steering group? So if you want something to get to that steering group, probably best to contact us on the way through. Ms McDonald.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I want to hark back to the mixing of the garden waste and the composted waste, and where it's kept at 55 degrees for 2 weeks to cool the weed killers. And you mentioned that it was, you gave us it was free of chemical assurance. And I was wondering, is there a copy of a report on this? And is there official monitoring through of this testing regime? And is this regime in line with the Environmental Protection Authority recommendations?
I couldn't tell you whether it's in line with the Environmental Protection Agency, but it is in line with the New Zealand standard for compost.
Assume there'll be thresholds for the acceptable levels of chemicals, which I assume the EPA will be the determining agency that will determine that, right?
Yes. Is there communication between the people who do this chemical assurance? Is there communication between them and the EPA to see that they are keeping in line with the government recommendations?
There's definitely a record log of the testing that has to be maintained. You're probably delving into a little bit more operational detail than I'm aware of there, sorry.
It's not up and running yet either, right?
No.
Yep. that's to be determined, and I assume that when you sell a product, there is a requirement to talk about contaminants that it could contain, which will be part of the reporting process. So I assume that when this goes commercial, that part will be worked out. Is that more or less what you're asking, Ms. McDonald?
Yes,
Yep.
yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions, both on page 44, and the first AE, around the improved options for recycling to replace the rural skip days. Could you expand on that, Mr. Henderson, about the improved options?
Excuse me. Sorry, but if you excuse me a second. Okay, let's try that again. The idea there is basically at the moment, and historically, those rural skip days have just been exactly as it says on the tin. They've just been skip days. The idea is to try and reduce the skip day part of it and actually make it a opportunity for people to recycle larger items, as in maybe even some of the large items, the hard stuff like fridges and that kind of stuff could actually be accepted there rather than actually just having a skip for things to be thrown into. It's some of the options that we're looking through, making sure that green waste doesn't go into the skip, that it actually goes into green waste, those sort of options.
Are you aware then, having said that, that to some degree is already happening, in that on the ground there are items put aside that are useful, and that happens, it's been happening for quite some time. You're aware of that?
Yeah, we've been trying some things out for a while to see what will work and what doesn't. Yep.
So, in your answer, are you indicating that you're going down the avenue of sort of like the hawk and hurl model, because that was highly successful, or a sort of slightly amended form of that?
It would be an amended, watered-down version of that.
Great for community building. Second question is also page 44, item 9. Are you aware that there's so you'll be aware that some around the council table have been involved with this, the decision right through to now. The great excitement is we're a few months away from the new system coming in. So we've had the detail. People in the community, and this is my question, there's a perception around particularly the 140 litre rubbish bin. They haven't necessarily taken on board this fortnightly collection, so they see it as council offering more room for more rubbish as opposed to waste minimisation. Are you aware of that communication issue?
Well, we haven't. Yes, I am aware of it. Obviously, we still have quite a bit of communications to go before the actual rollout. And as I say, as a last resort, when the bins are delivered, there'll be a physical booklet in the bin that explains these things. But obviously, we're using whatever means and mechanisms we have. We're doing public events. Well, when I say events, libraries and that kind of thing for people to turn up and see and talk to us about what the new system will look like. So it's still an ongoing education campaign.
And the comms are great. It's just, I think there's a wee gap there for some. It's just not reaching everybody. That's why I asked. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. One I forgot to ask. The construction of, it's mentioned in both 8 and 12 and various other places, about the construction of a modern resource recovery park as well as the composting facility. Given it's going to be a modern composting facility, and you're going to be holding it at 50, whatever you said, is it then going to be at a level where it can compost those things that say they're compostable, but we currently don't have the system to compost, which do often tend to be within my industry, the food and beverage containers? Is it going to be able to deal with those things that say they're compostable, but we currently can't compost them?
Short answer is going to be no. We're also bound by the mandatory standards for the standardisation of curbside recycling that came out from Ministry for the Environment. So from the 1st of February, the materials that can and can't be accepted in recycling are mandated by central government, and all councils are supposed to come to the same standard. That includes what can and can't be accepted in curbside food and garden waste collections. So a lot of those containers, because there's no New Zealand standard on what is or isn't compostable, so that leads to confusion. And if you start allowing compostable bags into, for argument's sake, into the collection, then you'll end up with any bag. So short answer, after that long-winded answer, the short answer is no.
It's all right, it was a long-winded question as well. So therefore, if they're not going to be able to be composted, to remove them from the system would be to stop them entering the system? That would be the only way of...
Yes, now that leads to some confusion in our industry at this point in time with the change of government. The MFE had proposed changes to the Waste Minimisation Act and the Litter Act. They had put forward a proposed changes to those acts, obviously before the election. We don't know what state that's in at this point in time, or whether it's still going to go through. Probably unlikely. But that also included further product bans, as they've done at the moment, like with plastic bags and the polystyrene take-out food containers. So they were going to continue banning products that could not be recycled or could not be composted and that kind of thing. So whether that continues or not, I can't tell you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question that follows on from the matter that Councillor Curry raised. The changes don't just affect our operation, they also affect those two private bin hire contract operations. And like a number of people, I've currently have a service from Environs. I'm pleased to say that when I contacted them to terminate their contract, they were extremely helpful and they know what's happening. But can I be sure that the same seamless changeover will happen with the other company as well, that they will be collaborating and cooperating with customers to remove bins that are surplus when our operation replaces what people are currently contracting?
Well, I can say that the local branch, obviously Waste Management is also one of our contractors out at Green Island, and we are in constant communication with them, and they know exactly what's happening and what's going on. I believe the closure of the Wycliffe Street transfer station was part of their reaction to the change in council's levels of service. Part of that reaction, because they're concentrating more on their commercial customers, I believe. So my understanding is that yes, they have a plan for how they're adapting to these changes.
And does that include a risk-free termination of existing contracts, or at least communication with users around the change so that people don't end up continuing to pay for services they no longer want?
I can't speak to their commercial considerations or how their contracts are structured with customers. All I can say is that we've kept them fully informed. Thank you.
Any more questions? Otherwise, I've got two. 8D, you talk about management of waste transfer stations at Waikouaiti, Middlemarch and Green Island. Anywhere else? Are there going to be facilities built in any other communities, or is this going to be the totality of the facilities that we're offering the communities?
We're not planning any more manned transfer stations. Those ones mentioned there obviously are close to landfills. We do have a plan for increasing the amount of like community recycling hubs, etc., that kind of thing, but not manned sites as those three are.
And so I'm wondering how this fits with the Carbon Zero team's community enabling activities, because I thought that we were looking at 5 or 6 particular sites around the city rather like, and I'm looking up at the Waikawaiti area and the activity of One Coast at that transfer station. Are we going to provide space and facilities for communities like Brighton, the Peninsula, West Harbour, to Outram, to be able to develop something which is consistent with the proximity principle kind of idea, that basically you're not going too far from your source to your processing point?
You may remember from the first steering group meeting, we have a fixed term employee who's working on that plan for community-led recycling and initiatives, etc. So obviously that plan is in development at the moment. There is that potential for those community-led initiatives, but that's what we don't know exactly what that plan looks like at the moment. So there is some funding allocated, but it's more along the lines of once we actually have that plan in place for community-led initiatives, then we'll actually be able to decide what needs to happen to enable that.
Good, thank you. And now I've got a mission trading scheme question. So we go to diversion of organic waste in the curbside pickup, and that should result in diversion of organic material going to the landfill. What's the implication to our ETS charges?
So ETS is based on the waste. ETS charges are based on the waste that was taken into the landfill in the year prior. So in the year following waste organic waste coming out of the waste stream, our ETS obligations should start to reduce significantly.
So it will get recalculated, and if we were taking out, am I correct in saying if we took out 70% of the organic material, our ETS charge for that year would then start coming down by the order of 70%?
Not forgetting that organics is a much wider group than just food and green waste. There's a lot more to it as well. But yes, we should start to see a reduction in the ETS charges.
And that's done by like a waste audit, is it?
Yeah, there's a couple of ways. We actually have the records of what's gone over the weighbridge, etc., which is independently verified, and then we can back that up with an audit of the waste that's actually going to the tip face.
Okay, cool. And what currently is the ETS at the moment on Green Island?
The unique emission factor or the cost?
The actual charge? It's in millions, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's about, don't hold me to that. I
won't hold you to it, but I think it's at least 2 million, isn't it?
Yes,
I have a feeling.
It's definitely in the millions.
It's not an insignificant amount of money if we could get that to go down. Right, yeah. Cool, thank you. No more questions? Then I put that the committee notes the Waste Futures project update, seconded Councillor Mayhem. Anybody wish to speak to it? Councillor Walker and then
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to the team. This is, as I mentioned, we're getting tantalisingly close to 1st July start date, and it's been many, many years in the making, so I think, and I'm sure others will thank the sterling work of all the staff over so long to get to this point, and it hasn't been without its bumps in the road. As I mentioned in questioning, I'm always very careful to make sure that as a council we take responsibility for our waste, and slight concern still sort of sits in the back of my head in terms of us exporting. It's a temporary measure, stuff up to Timaru, and I'm sure other councillors around the table with the same interest will be keeping a very watchful eye on making sure that this is temporary, and that our new processing facility gets approval, of course, and is built with haste so that we can start taking responsibility. I also take assurance, and I think thank you to Ms MacDonald also for raising questions around the end product, which will be our composted material that eventually, when it circulates its way back into the community, that it is fit for purpose. And I think it was fair of Ms MacDonald to actually ask for sort of some evidential backstory to this, and I'll certainly go off after this and do my own research about what requirements should be put in place to make sure that we're not chucking noxious chemicals back into our garden system. One thing I was going to raise in questions, but I thought it was unfair, was basically the amount of, I don't know if it's just me, it may be many of you, but I've had lots of phone calls and lots of emails from the general public around particularly people like me who compost and don't put out much waste, that they feel a little bit hard done by, that somehow now they're going to be financially worse off for doing the right thing. And I'd like to think as a council we've responded to this in the way I have individually, and that is reminding the public that rates and tax actually that we pay to central government and rates to local councils are for the collective good. And I have reminded the general public that when I sit round here as a councillor, I make decisions on behalf of the whole community. It's not just about me. And although there will be many or some people who are going to be worse off who have done the right thing financially, the vast majority of people actually who have been using another system will probably be at least cost neutral, and some of them will be slightly better off. And I'm also keen to remind the general public, for example, that I don't use swimming pools. I think I've said before I dislike swimming intensely, and blame Steven Spielberg and his film Jaws for that. I don't use swimming pools. I don't use libraries actually, and I don't use sports fields, and I don't use a lot of things. But I think it's a good idea that collectively we pay rates that other people that do use those things can benefit. And actually at the wider governmental level, the second largest amount of tax take out of my pocket goes to providing schools and paying teachers. And I don't have children, but again, I think it's a really good idea that my money goes to doing that. So, and I think we should also hark back to last year's long-term plan, where this was front and centre of that long-term plan, and the overwhelming feedback from the public was to move in the direction we have moved. So it does have the public backing. So I applaud yet again the staff for doing that, and well done for being so patient.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to talk about the waste levy allocation policy, because the ETS and the waste levy has increased from, was it about $10, $20, and soon it's going to be $60. And I was quite surprised that we get $1 million from the waste levy. So my concern in the past has been how we choose to allocate it. The purpose of the levy is to raise revenue for promotion and achievement of waste minimisation, and half of the dollars raised come back to territorial authorities to spend on promoting or achieving the waste minimisation activities set out in their waste minimisation plan. So we need ourselves, I believe, to set a policy on how we are investing this money and be more clever about how we're investing this money. I think from what I've gathered, we invest a lot in education and grants. However, there are a whole lot of other things that we can do, including collecting additional recoverable materials. Now, this is from the Ministry for the Environment, expanding the coverage of curbside recovery services, accepting additional recoverable materials at transfer stations, collaborating with other territorial authorities, establishing or expanding processing infrastructure, introducing reuse programs or facilities, and then it's got around the communication in research and trials of new systems or technologies. So I think that we have probably done the same thing for quite a long time, and when the money coming from the waste levy was small, then that's fine to fund education and grants, etc. But when we're looking at $1 million, that's a substantial amount of money. I also see that you are able to accrue this money in a reserve fund and have a large funding pool for large projects, and I consider that we need to look at it with that lens so that we can actually achieve our waste minimisation plan. And when I asked about the waste minimisation plan and the reporting on it, inside the waste minimisation it says that we will report annually on a lot of these things, and we're not necessarily doing that. And I'm quite passionate about waste minimisation because we're all putting stuff in our bins. I mean, I am one of those people that composts and maybe puts out 4 plastic bags a year, and I appreciate that we are all going to have to pay towards it, but we also need to be figuring out how we're going to minimise waste, and the statistics are not necessarily showing that it's happening. It will happen with the curbside collections, but I think we need to be a lot cleverer about how we're investing this waste levy. And I actually want councillors to be able to have some input into this. That's my concern, is that now we have no transparency over quite a large sum of money coming in and how it's used for waste. I sit on the grant subcommittee and look at some of the challenges coming in, the balance between the money that we're putting into community facilities versus the money that we're putting into the business, and there's about maybe a 30-70 split, and we need to review that again. So I'm going to keep banging on about the waste levy allocation policy, and hopefully we will get that done as part of maybe even before the waste minimisation policy, because the whole point of it is to carry out our waste minimisation and management plan, and I don't know that we've been laser focused on it.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I'll start with something I wasn't going to start off with, but just following on for Councillor Barker around curbside collection and others that spoke around and asked questions around it. That's probably one of the number one questions I'm getting asked as a councillor, is what's going to happen come July 1st. There is a lot of people that are unaware of exactly what is going to take place. They understand they're going to get new bins. They understand that something's going to happen and they're going to have to cancel their current service, etc. But they're still confused. And I think that even when I explain to them actually some of the issues around it and some of the positives around it, there's still a lot of confusion. So I think once it's embedded in, it will work effectively, but the teething and the growing pains with that is going to be quite extensive. And we are going to have to really tell the story, whether it's by video and social media, more imagery, or in the ODT and other media channels. We have to extend that. And I think the other part, though, is we also have to tie into the national media. And I thought 7 Sharp and actually One News in the last couple of weeks have done some very good stories around that to show it's not just Dunedin going through this. It is a national rollout of what is taking place. And when you hear other councils talking about all their bins as well. So that's curbside collections. I also follow up on Councillor Benson Pope in talking about the website has actually really improved. There's a lot of great information and it tells a good story. Unfortunately, probably not enough people are heading to it to see that. As you sort of understood from my questioning, Fright Street is a pet peeve for me, and I know the implications it's had on my little business, knowing what it's also having an effect on other commercial entities around town, but I'm also worried about what impact it's going to have on our university students and the lack of convenience that they've had in the past. So I look forward to understanding how that is going to fit in the future. I also take in what Mr. Henderson said about Green Island. I also take in the map that we saw of what the new layout's going to look like and everything else, the increase of traffic and usage there and the demand. We heard that the income is generated has gone up nicely, etc. But there is still one road in and one road out. So we aren't increasing the ability to cater to the volume by increasing the roadside or anything like that. And I know of frustration of people going there to actually take their waste to Green Island. The other side of that is I will be, and I've already seen some evidence of it, is that not everybody going to Green Island and going down the motorway is covering their loads appropriately, so things disappear out the back. And you see evidence of that as you drive up and down the motorway. Now, we can't solve that issue, but I know, again, when I think of students and how I've seen their trailers turn up at Fright Street and how the loads are being stacked, when you only have to come from Castle or Leaf Street with a trailer across to Fright Street, now you're going to be taking that trailer down the one way and onto the motorway. I dread October, November. Anyway, that's a bypass of that effect. But no, I appreciate the report, and I also appreciate us coming back to committees, because this is the information that actually really does really give us a chance to review, debate, and ask the questions appropriately. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis, then I've got Councillor Gary, Mr Mayor and Councillor May.
New government mandated landfill requirements, very heavy compliance requirements, especially over leachate, etc., have in recent years meant that the idea that every town or city can have its own landfill is just simply no longer appropriate. There has been a massive amount of centralisation throughout the country in terms of landfills, where a few, and increasingly few, specialised landfill areas have rubbish taken quite often some distance to them. And there are good reasons for that. Councillor Walker has said we need to take responsibility for our waste. In my view, this is a parochial and blinkered view which ignores the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is that there is an enormous landfill potential in AB Lime in Southland. If you're putting stuff on a truck anyway, sending it to Smooth Hill doesn't make that much difference to send it down to Southland. And if you also look at the volume of waste that private enterprise is able to deal with without any impost on the rates at all, then what we should be considering is not being responsible for our waste. What we need to take responsibility for as a council is for our financial waste. I have voted against the Smooth Hill development because of the cost of it and the fact that it's not going to be a cure-all for the waste flows anyway. I've also voted against the 5-bin system, having seen 3-bin systems work in some of the best recycling countries in the world, like Germany. To me, the 5-bin system is an extremely expensive option which tries to cure a problem which I don't see as being major. And this 5-bin system is going to directly add 5% to the rate demand this year by itself. So we need to take responsibility for financial waste. We need to look at the bigger picture and look at not are we doing our bit for the planet here in our own backyard, but what is the most sensible and most efficient way of dealing with our waste, commercial waste, residential waste, and there are a number of different options. And the DCC doesn't really have to put a whole lot of money into any of them. We have decided to, and we are already paying some of the price. I believe we will continue to pay an excessive price for our treatment of waste over the coming years as everybody else gets more efficient, as commercial operators take a greater share of the waste because they can deal with it better than we can. And it concerns me that we are loading our ratepayers with excessive upfront costs for systems that aren't going to have a real long-term benefit.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In a year when we're considering that last year we globally breached the 1.5 degrees centigrade around the world, let's stay focused on our zero carbon goals for 2030, and waste minimisation, colleagues, is one element of that. And our community back in 2021 gave us a very clear message that we were late already with particularly changing our curbside collection. Now, I understand it's a complex matter and it has taken time, and I want to acknowledge staff's considerable work over many years in this area. We also committed to that range of facilities, the organics processing facility for garden and food waste, the material recovery facility for mixed recyclables, and very importantly, the construction and demolition recovery facility for construction and demolition waste, which I've commented on many times. And so as we come to just about roll out our new curbside collection, many of the issues and questions raised have been considered previously when the decision was made. And yes, there are some difficult matters. I particularly refer to those raised by my colleague, Councillor Mayhem, around bins and mobility. I also refer to Councillor Walker's comments around composting. When you're already composting, I'm one of those people, and I will still be paying for that service. But that's the collective responsibility. The community told us really clearly what they wanted, and that's what we're doing. So I'm excited about 1st of July. I think that the people in the community, from the feedback I've had, are excited. But it doesn't stop there. And I want to acknowledge the initiative that is mentioned in this report around the rubbish collection and recycling collection in the student area, which fits with our commitment to the Sophia Charter, and I want to remind colleagues about that. That was very much part of what we said we would do, and we are doing it. I want to also comment on the grants that we have given in the past to both individual and commercial groups using the waste levy. And there have been some exciting initiatives amongst those which have taken off. All of this encourages our community to engage in community-led initiatives. And the Hawk and Hurl was an initiative of the Otago Peninsula, of the community board, not when I was there, but wasn't my initiative, but others in the community. And was hugely successful and repeated in other communities. And it was a great community building exercise. So I'm pleased to hear that elements of that are going to be used. And I've mentioned before the Buy Nothing initiative, which also operates on the Otago Peninsula, the first, I believe, in New Zealand. It's a global initiative, and is another community building project. So we have a lot of work still to do, but it is great to be very close to this milestone of rolling out the new curbside collection. So well done to all of the staff involved in this.
Mr. Mayor.
Private enterprise will always be able to deal with a single bin, easy pick up, throw everything in here, and she'll be right kind of system, because it's pretty easy to manage that one bin, whether it be curbside collection or a truck body to take industrial waste away. And sure, it's the most cost-effective way of getting rid of stuff, but it doesn't recycle much and doesn't deal with the organic side of things. So this is quite a significant change for us in terms of our bins. Half the bins are changing. So 2 bins remain just the same as they've always been, namely the glass bin, glass recycling bin, and the yellow bin for cardboard and cans and recyclable plastics, which are now clearly mandated by central government, so that there should be consistency of those recyclable plastics throughout the country. So that's a significant improvement. But in addition to that, we now have the general waste red bin instead of the black plastic bags or a private enterprise red bin. So for a private red bin, the new collection will represent a considerable saving on an ongoing basis. So it'll be more cost effective for people using that, and will allow people who've been using the black plastic bags to put in odd shaped objects and larger objects into their general waste bin. And the hope is that it will reduce fly tipping, because that is a problem in some areas around the city. but also it will make for much safer handling for our operators instead of having to get out of a truck and manually throw by hand a black plastic bag, which often has sharp objects protruding from it. It'll be much easier to have a mechanised pickup and return of this red bin. And then onto the green organics bin, whether you have a large one including garden waste or just a small one for food scraps, that will be very useful for getting rid of that organic waste out of the tip, out of the landfill, so that it will reduce significantly our emissions from the landfill. It will also be a useful thing in the household to have a place to put those vegetable scraps and peelings and organic material that are produced. But also, as the Chair has pointed out, will save us ETS money. So it will actually have a cost benefit to the city by using that bin. So I'm very optimistic that the city will embrace this new system and we will be able to manage that differential pickup of curbside collection in the most efficient way possible.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For me, I guess that an overarching thing is we need to remind ourselves that when we throw something away, there is no away. Where are we throwing things to? I feel like all of our discussion today is around doing better and the common good for our whole city. When these initiatives get rolled out, we need to celebrate our carbon zero goals and the role that we all have in minimising our waste. Already I've been sharing the frequently asked questions off the DCC website. A lot of people seem to think that like myself and Councillor Barker and Councillor Walker are only put out a few bags of rubbish a year by us all paying the same levy, that somehow we're being punished for already doing good and minimising waste. But the message we need to get to all of our residents is that this is for the common good. There's a lot of misconceptions about the bins and how the system's going to work, but we need to make sure we convey to everyone there's going to be a settling in period. If you don't need that big bin, or maybe you need a bigger bin, there'll be an opportunity to change the size of the bin that you have, and that will be free for that settling in period. It's still 5 months away that this rollout's going to happen, so we do have lots of time to give feedback and engage with the community, and we see in the feedback that we received in 2021 when we asked for community engagement that they were requesting recycling and waste reduction. Already we do a much better job than Waitaki, for example, that has no curbside recycling, or Southland that sends everything to the landfill. We need to remember that this is a national waste strategy, a 3-decade plan to lower emissions and lower our waste in general. And why would we do this? Because we've got a connection with the natural environment and we need to look after the planet and its finite resources. We're all carers and we're all responsible. There's a fantastic website called Recycling and Otipoti, and for those of you who don't know, we do recycle soft plastic, chip packets, batteries, polystyrene, plastic pots, Tetra Paks, plastic bottle caps, number 5 plastics, e-waste, recycled devices, pill packets, glass jars, inks and toners, makeup, eyewear, vape devices, scrap metal, jeans, sneakers and bicycles, all being recycled here in Dunedin. So I encourage all of the councillors to maybe share some of that information to the wider community, and let's celebrate the common good. Well done to all of our staff and team. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. As I start, let me be clear that I believe this is progress, and I look forward to watching the new system and the initiatives develop. They may not go as far as I would like, but I believe they're heading in the right direction. Having said that, I can't escape the feeling that this is less minimising waste rather than diverging it. I'm struck by the detail that despite any improvements and advancements that the new direction has going for it, it seems still to be hamstrung by the unnecessary volumes that enter it. while I think it would be great to think that we would have a system like in other countries where things like yoghurt bottles, the tinfoil cap goes in one direction, the thoroughly compostable wrapper goes in another, and the bottle is made of completely recyclable material, I realise that our journey to that point is probably quite a long one. Like many in the city, I also believe that there is much that we could do to easily, quickly and successfully minimise the amount of needless waste that enters into the system. We only need to look across the ditch, where there are 2 states in Australia that are in the process of banning various items, both through a feeling of environmental responsibility, but also to generally minimise waste. As my fellow councillors know, this is more than a pet peeve for me, and I'm discussing with the Chief the best way forward regarding my hopes for our city and its waste. In a slightly cliched fashion, watch this space.
Okay, any other speakers? Okay, I again forgot to take an opportunity to speak at the start of this item, even though I moved it, so I won't be replying to myself. I want to start first on the community facilities and what's being proposed now, and some of the speeches that we've heard, and I feel that we need to think about expanding that program. I think that we need to talk about communities and genuinely enabling communities. Last time I was on the WMMP steering group with Councillor Newell, and we actually took out empowering communities from the program because we had asked the staff, where have we done the empowering? And we didn't have any evidence for it, and we said we will take that out because we will not have something in a plan that we are not executing. It got put back in, but I still feel that we've got a long way to go to our full empowerment of full communities. If you listen to the list that Councillor Mayhem just gave, that would be an easy list to be able to have access to if there in fact were community-based facilities and you could go to, and you didn't have to rely on Facebook or something else to find out where you take your vape or your battery. You know, that they should be in all the places. And how do we get to that? Well, I do agree with Councillor Barker that we've got to look at where the Waste Minimisation Fund is being allocated and how does it fit with our targets that we set up in what will be the Waste Minimisation and Management Plan. There are 3 members of that steering group at this meeting because Councillor Witherall and I are here as councillor members, and Ms McDonald is here on that steering group as a Runaka representative. So there's 3 people you can talk to who will be part of that steering group, and I encourage that you reach out to us for things you want in that plan, because in many respects the Waste Minimised Management Plan is the actual strategy document, and so that determines what we're going to do going forward for the next cycle. I want to talk a little bit about why we would have our own landfill versus maybe using something like AB Lime. And I'm looking at the Cape Valley landfill north of Christchurch. It's got a number of member councils in it that go all the way far down as Timaru, but Timaru does not use Cape Valley. It's too far away from them. And there's an issue, and it's called the proximity principle. You shouldn't be going too far with anything. You should be doing it as close as you can. And I would argue that being the biggest population centre in Otago, it makes more sense that it be here than anywhere else. But that's not really particularly in this. That's for more future to come. Financial waste. If we continue putting organics into the landfill, we end up getting hit with ETS charges, and that would be a knowing exposure to charges that are going to keep going up. I know that number's bigger than 2 million already, because I remember it went from 1, it was going to 2, and then it was going to go to 4. So I don't have the number in front of me now, but I know it's bigger than 2 and it's heading towards 4 a year. So if we get enough out and we drop that number down, that's a reward back to the council that we'd otherwise just quite literally are wasting by simply not making any attempt to stop it. So to me, the organic stuff is a component of basically doing what we need to do with the environment, and also it actually makes financial sense, because that's exactly what the government is doing with ETSs. They're making them more and more expensive, so they're actually forcing you out into a better outcome. I also want to just touch on the ability of a commercial landfill to be able to beat the price of a municipal landfill. It's because of what they're allowed to take. It's quite as simple as that. Because we are the only landfill type that are allowed to take household waste, our landfills are far more toxic and therefore have to be far better lined. I still think that the commercial ones should be aligned too, and I can't believe they aren't. But the fact is they're allowed to operate on a very uneven playing field. And it's not relevant in many respects to compare the two, because they don't have to provide the services we have to provide, which is for household waste. And that's the facility we have to build, and we can't build anything less than that. So we're not going to take too much clean fill into a landfill like that, because that would be stupid. That's what the commercial can do. But they can't take the municipal, so it's not right to be comparing them to us. It's quite literally apples and oranges, and comparing the two together is not helping the debate, in my opinion. And that is it from me. So, with all the speeches in, I put it those in favour of noting the Waste Futures project update.
Division, please.
By division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Ms McDonald.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley. Motion carried 13-1.
No, we don't have everybody here today. Before we move on to the next item too, I want to note the apology that came in during the meeting from Ms. Matahari Atariki. She couldn't get here because her plane didn't take off. So I don't know how we capture that, but I assume we can capture that in the apologies. Yep, cool, thank you. On to the last one, and it is 12:25, or second to last. Road naming, Mr. McLean and Ms. Benson.
Happy to move.
There's actually a little bit of discussion, so I just would like to slow down the moving and seconding until there's been questions asked, because it relates to the community board. Do you want to speak to it? I don't think you really have to speak to it.
No, happy to take it as read.
But there were some questions, I think. Councillor Lucas.
Can I speak on behalf of the community board? The Mosgiel Community Board considered this item last Thursday evening, and they were concerned about the similarities between Witchwood Lane and Wantwood Lane, where Witchwood Lane on its own or Wantwood Lane on its own doesn't compare to anything else, but they were concerned from the point of emergency services if you were at 5 Wantwood Lane and you were in a hurry saying whatever. They just thought it was very confusing and just wondered whether we should just, at this point, just approve stage 1, which I know driving past there pretty much every day is quite through at its completion, and go back to the developer about the name for the second lane.
So should ISCOM choose to do that, we can go back to the developer and ask for further details on the Weldon Lane name. It's just that we hadn't been provided with enough detail to be able to assess it against the road naming criteria.
The community board weren't aware whether you, as part of looking at names, whether you check with emergency services as part of that, especially when they're relatively similar and for a new development.
Yes, no, we do.
Yes, so I am going to propose that we only actually vote on Part A, and that we don't vote on Part B. Just want to make sure we're procedurally doing it correctly. What do we say about Part B, CEO?
That you just direct staff to have further discussions with the developer about alternatives.
And safety and emergency services.
Further discussions.
Yeah, further discussions. Yeah. Okay, so that was the reason that I slowed that down, because I knew it was coming. Do we have any more questions? Okay, so now I'm going to move that the committee approves the naming of the new private way off School Road as Witchwood Lane for stage 1 of the subdivision, and that will be the totality of the seconded. Councillor Lucas. Anybody will speak to it? Excellent. Okay. Councillor Vandervis.
procedurally, given the recommendation, I think you need to do something with B.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's what I was looking. Okay, so we'll Chave approves the naming to direct staff.
So approve the first one, was that
Yep.
Whichwood? And then your second part, direct staff to have further discussion around the naming of part of section 2 or whatever it is.
Can we actually get that up on the?
Yeah. Type on the screen.
I don't think we need to adjourn. We can probably knock it out.
Do that, it's fine.
It's 12:30. You just put it up.
So just direct staff to have further discussion about the naming of stage 2 of the subdivision.
Perfect. Yeah, that's good. That'll cover it. Thank you, Councillor Mothers. Yep. Okay, that's it up on the board. Any discussion? Okay, I put it. All those in favour? Against? Carried. And then last item is items for consideration by the Chair. Any items for consideration by the Chair? And then I will then ask Ms McDonald if you will close us with a karakia, please.
Hello, me ingoa tātou. E te atua kua mitu nei a mātou nahi mō tēnei rā, ari hina mātou ki o mātou a karekau, kia tai a ora ai mātou ki o mātou whānau. Rui karaiti tō mātou ariki, amen.
Ameni. Thank you very much. And with that, I close the meeting at 12:30. Thank you.
everybody to the Strategy, Planning and Engagement Committee. I will open with a karakia timatanga. Kia tuturu tātou, kia manaki tātou, kia whaihiranga tātou, kia tuhonu tātou. Whānau, haramai te toki, haumie huie. Translation of that is, let's be real, let's be caring, let's pursue excellence, let's connect. Join together and affirm our agreement. We are united in purpose and ready to proceed. There is no public forum, so we shall move on to the apologies. We have apologies from Councillor Carmen Houlihan, Councillor Marie Lafiso and Councillor Ackland for early departure. So I'll move that the committee accepts the apologies from Councillor Carmen Houlihan, Councillor Marie Lafiso and Councillor Bill Ackland. May I have a seconder, please? Thank you. Councillor Lucas. All those in favour, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Now I'll just move to the confirmation of agenda. Does anyone have anything there? No. So I'll move that the committee confirms the agenda without addition or alteration. May I have a seconder? Councillor Gilbert, thank you. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Declaration of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arose between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interests they might have. Are there any changes or updates? No. Therefore I shall move that we note the elected members' interest register attached as attachment A and confirms the proposed management plan for elected member interest. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Gilbert. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. So we'll move on to the item 6, the confirmation of minutes from the 14th of August 2023. Does anyone have anything they would like to bring up? Therefore, I shall move that the committee confirms the minutes of the Strategy, Planning and Engagement Committee meeting held on the 14th of August 2023 as a correct record. May I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. All right, we shall move on to Part A, reports. Item 7, the Strategy, Planning and Engagement Committee Forward Work Programme. Does anyone, Ms Moran, do you have anything to speak to in the report?
Just one amendment to the published report, Residents' Opinion Survey. There is no quarterly reports due in August. There's only one more annual report due.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? No questions, so I will move that the committee notes the Strategy, Planning and Engagement Committee Forward Work Programme as shown in attachment A. May I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? That is carried. We'll move on to item 8, the Residents' Opinion Survey Quarterly Update, October to December 2023, and I will welcome Ms Nicola Morand and Ms Gina Huako.
Thank you, Councillor. We take that this is read, and so we're happy to take questions. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Lucas?
Yes, on number 9, you talk about the current 5-year contract ending the 30th of June. So have you thought about what happens next, I guess? Where to from here?
Part of where to from here is where we get to with our wellbeing strategies as well. So some of the measurements that this council might be interested in is an opportunity to also update the Residents' Opinion Survey, as well as other work stemming from the long-term plan. So it is a work in progress, and we'll be gathering information to see how we can reinvigorate the Residents' Opinion Survey.
I guess that's what I was wondering, whether in terms of some of the, I understand that some of the levels of services that we'll be looking at next week as part of the budget process may change, so whether that will have some flow on, bearing in mind that there is the benefit of having the historical, you don't want to change too much because then you lose that comparison. So yeah, that's where I was just wondering what was happening in the future. Thank you.
Just to respond to that comment is that by removing the link between a level of service for residents' opinion survey doesn't mean we don't necessarily want to keep that question. So if that question was still important to this council and we wanted to keep that kind of long-term data, then there's still that option. It just won't be tied to indicate a level of service.
Councillor Gilbert has indicated that he's happy to move the noting of the report. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mayhem. Do you wish to speak to it? No. Does anybody else wish to speak to it? Councillor Walker?
Yep, just very briefly, thank you for the report. I think it's a timely reminder to all of us sitting around this table that one of the most significant declines over the year is the performance of us as a mayor and councillors. So take note, folks. Thank you.
Right, speeches having been done, we shall now vote on it. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Abstentions? That is carried. Right, we'll move on to item number 9, strategic refresh next step, and welcome back our previous staff members. Do you wish to speak to the report?
No, we're happy to go straight to questions. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions? I do. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I have a question in relation to number 3 in the resolution back from September 23, when we, in part C, where we talk about refreshing the strategies to align with the 10-year plan, and also in relation to what we talked about previously. I'm just thinking that that's not necessarily going to happen. That timeline has slipped. Is that a fair call on that, and how it's going to line up now?
Yes, that is accurate, and we will have an opportunity to align, I guess, post the 10-year plan, is to make sure that the strategies are talking to the 10-year plan. So it might not have been in the order that we had hoped from the beginning, but it's just best to give time to get it right.
What I would say, though, just in addition to that, is the 4 well-beings are enshrined in the ledge, and so the 10-year plan is set up around them. It'll just be nuanced, some of the things that might need to be tweaked once the framework's agreed.
Any further questions? Councillor Gary?
I think this may be one for the Chief, not sure. Question is, if we were to remove the need for the advisory panel, how would that affect the delivery time in terms of time frame of this refreshing the strategies?
The advisory panel wouldn't change the time frame for delivery at all.
Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem?
Just on the subject of a wellbeing strategy advisory panel, I'd like to indicate now my willingness to be in such a advisory panel, should there be an opportunity. To nobody in particular. Who am I directing that to? Chief?
Maybe you could do that in the speech.
Is that your question?
Thank you. Are there any other questions? There being no questions, I will move the strategic refresh, and that we approve the next steps in the strategic refresh of the 4 wellbeing strategies. I'll just write down who's waved their hands at me, and I will speak, and then I will ask for hands again. So I am very happy to see this. I think that we're finding a way through on the strategic refresh, which has been a little challenging since 2020, and it's important that we get the ducks lined up, and I think this looks like a good process. We certainly need to focus on the outcomes, and this is on page 36 when we talk about the strategic alignment of all strategies and frameworks. better reporting and monitoring focused on outcomes and performance-based measures, program review cycle for strategies to ensure the alignment and improve efficiencies throughout. We've done a lot of work since 2020. We need to embed Te Taki Haruru through this and the partnerships, and we also need to embed sustainability. So I think this is a positive way forward. When we had the 2020 report on our strategies, it was a little damning, and it said that there was no simple or formally embedded process for ensuring that strategies are reviewed over time, and referred to a number of the strategies' review dates passing without being reviewed. And we have actually got some strategies that were 10-year strategies that have expired. So I think this is a good forward process. Now I will take Councillor Wiley first.
I was waving my hand. Did you get a seconder? Yeah.
Sorry.
I was happy,
Would you like to second?
I was happy to second, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Wiley. Would anybody else like to speak? Okay, thank you. I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Abstentions? That is carried. So we will move on to item 10, which is the Strategic Refresh Advisory Panel. Ms. Sandy Graham will speak to the report.
If it's all right with you, would you like me to go to the end, or shall I see?
I'm sure you'll be fine.
Okay, fine. I'm happy to take questions, councillors.
Councillor Mayhem.
Chief, I wondered if I might also be appointed to the panel, along with the other councillors, as Ms Lafiso's deputy on the Social Wellbeing Advisory Committee.
Councillor, and through the chair, what I would draw all councillors' attention to are the terms of reference, which gives the panel, once established, the ability to augment their membership. I think that would be the appropriate place. The panel is currently constituted with the Deputy Mayor chairing it and the 4 key strategy leads. So there was a logical consistency to that. If you want to change the Constitution more broadly, then you are free to modify the recommendations on the staff report.
Can I just ask Ms Graham that I'm just looking at the membership of the Councillor Advisory Panel, that we haven't actually put that if the councillors aren't available, that the subs would be the deputies. Do we need to do that?
That will be free for the committee to determine. It hadn't been part of the thinking. Partly the quorum is set up so that there is a core membership consistently there for continuity.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? Therefore, I will move that we, move that the committee establishes the Strategic Refresh Advisory Panel to oversee the process of refreshing the DCC's 4 wellbeing strategies with the terms of reference as outlined in Attachment A. B, appoints Councillor Cherry Lucas as chairperson of the panel and Councillors Carmen Houlihan, Andrew Wiley, Marie Lofiso and Sophie Barker as members of the panel. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Lucas. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? I guess as the mover, I will open with speaking that I think this is again another positive way forward and a good way for the strategies and the leads on those strategies to be linked. I also think the terms of reference are very clear about the purpose, to provide that governance oversight and the progress of the strategic refresh, and also the guidance about who and how and who to engage. Some of our advisory committees are perhaps a little outdated, some haven't met for a while, so I think that will be part of what we will be talking about during that time, and of course we will come back to Council for any further work on this process. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Gary?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to express my view, which I know is not widely held, with all due respect to my colleagues who are proposed to be on the panel, I frankly don't see the need for this governance oversight. I believe in our workshops we have worked through much of the input required. What I would like to have seen is staff to get on with the job, which they've done so ably to date, of refreshing the strategies, including the 4 wellbeings, and then bringing it back to council to discuss. I believe we've given enough of a steer, and so I really think this is unnecessary, but I appreciate it will go ahead. But I just felt it important to express my view.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I'm sorry, my colleague, I disagree with you. I actually do see there's a need for this. And I guess I alluded to it earlier, my earlier questioning is that, I mean, the slippage that we've already had, and just to make sure that we keep to our timeline, and also to make sure that consistency between the strategies and I guess the whole oversight of the project, and just to keep it, on track to time, and that everybody's talking to everybody else so that they're not developed in silos or whatever is from our perspective. So I actually think this is a great idea.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor O'Malley.
And just to remind everybody that the people on the committee are picked based on their position, and it relates to the strategy. So I think it's a particularly useful panel, and I think the membership is appropriate because it's position based.
Any other speakers? Okay, in a short reply, I guess I've always said that the governor role belongs to the councillors, and these are our strategies, and I think it's really important that we are overseeing them and keeping them to time and monitoring, measuring, etc. So I think this is a positive way forward. We have struggled a little bit over the last 3 years to get to this point, so I think it will be good to get these done. Right, I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against?
No.
Would you like that recorded?
Yes, please.
Any abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. Item 11, the review of the Signal Hill Recreation Reserve Management Plan. We'll welcome Ms. Jeanette Wikara, Mr. Heath Ellis, and Ms. Elizabeth, is it Schonwald? To speak to the report.
Yep, take it as read, and we'll happy to answer any questions. Kia ora.
Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Gary?
I was curious when I was reading through the previous management plan around the library of trees, because I hadn't heard of that before. Do you have? I have read the papers, but do you have any understanding of why that kind of went by the wayside?
Sorry, I don't know too much about the history on it, but my understanding is that some trees survived and some didn't, and I'm not sure if the group who initiated it still exists. We did try and engage with them as part of the process, but didn't have any luck.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Gilbert?
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand the timeline a little bit. Number 15 says the preparation of the draft was disrupted due to COVID-19. When was it originally due, or expected, rather? I guess the question is, how much of a delay was it?
So we had a change in staff, so I came in post-COVID and took up the project following that. Due to that, we went back and engaged with the community again, and so it kind of delayed the process because we almost did a informal second stage of engagement before we started drafting the report, just to make sure that the information we received first time was still consistent and still correct.
So would it be fair to say it was more of a change in personnel than a COVID delay, so that we got to point X, the person changed to you, and so it kind of went back to a little bit to start off afresh?
I think it's a bit of both, because the COVID delay meant that sometimes you had to retest your assumptions pre-COVID because a lot changed in people's thinking as well. So I think it was useful to do that, but personnel change was part of it.
Just
Yep, it is, but you'll see there's a whole series of management plans and the team have been working to get a program in place, and it's just taken a bit of time, but you'll start to see them rolling through at volume and pace now.
excellent. I look forward to that. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Just one about the membership of the Signal Hill Reserve user group, and I know this is a draft document and it does seem to be a little sport based, and when I think about who uses the reserve, there's a lot of tourism operators, and I specifically engage with tourism operators because there's a lot of visitors to specifically the Signal Hill Lookout, and I just wondered whether the users group would have a terms of reference or how it's set up. It looks a little self-selecting at the moment.
At the moment, it is an idea that we kind of took from the Trebi King Reserve Management Plan, and it came about for Signal Hill, and we identified it as more a user group as opposed to Trebi King. It's an advisory group. Just the difference between the people that were providing, who were on those groups, were quite different. So with the Signal Hill, we had a lot of feedback from our consultation around the amount of connection Mount Waikato had with the council and the influence they were having on the reserve. And so the idea of the user group is trying to consider all users that have involvement on the reserve beyond just Mount Waikato, and have a group that considers all those ideas. Does that make sense?
I would say that if councillors have any suggestions for further groups that you feel might participate in the user group, feel free to pass that on to us.
Thank you. I guess my question was relating that since the Signal Hill Recreation Reserve Management Plan was done, we've since done the Dunedin Destination Plan, which is new. So there's stuff in that about destination management, obviously, about product development, so it would actually fit in. So there is Dunedin Host, which is the operators group, and I connected with them via Facebook last night, and there was quite a lot of feedback about the hundreds of people that buses are taking up there, and some issues that they'd seen up there. So it's about that they're actually key users. So would that be part of the consultation process that people could? Okay, that's good. And then we've also done the Heritage Action Plan and the Carbon Zero Plan. I guess this was put together. I had a look at the, what page was it on, where there were all of the policies and the, where it sat within the strategies, and I just wondered if that was just updated to the strategies and plans that we've passed in the last few months. Might be helpful.
Yes, that is something that we have noted, that some of the work that was done is prior to some of the work that's now being done in terms of our strategies.
Moving parts.
Yeah.
Cool. Mayor Raddick?
Just a small curiosity question. Why is it the Signal Hill plan gets 2 months of consultation period, whereas the Harbour and Town Bell are going to get one?
Signal Hill, we've already done a consultation, what we call a stage 1 consultation, and as part of that we select to do a 1 month. It doesn't actually say in the Reserve Act as to how long that consultation is, but we've chosen to do 1 month for stage 1, which is just letting the community know that we are reviewing these reserve management plans, and do they have any feedback or ideas that they want to contribute to be taken into account when we make that review. This second one is for a draft reserve management plan, so we are going out to the community with a draft and asking for their feedback on the draft, and in the Reserves Act that requires a 2 month consultation period as part of that process.
Councillor Walker, then Councillor Gary.
Yeah, thank you for this interesting reading. My question is about one of the most extraordinary reserves in this city, actually the Burns Reserve, which I imagine many of you have never entered or been in. It's the home of some fantastically ancient trees, and it abuts onto Signal Hill. And it's obviously owned by DOC. So question is, have there been conversations between yourself, and I understand or recognise it's difficult to sometimes with the Department of Conservation to find people to talk to about any future plans to work together, because this is as you can see on the maps, a very important linkage, and I think the plan talks about potentially linking things like the harbour, the shared path, for example, but that would need Burns Reserve. So have there been conversations? If not, are they planned? And any other comments you might have on Burns Reserve that I am talking up, but trying not to because it's a special place.
So yeah, Burns Reserve did get considered as part of this in terms of it's been a neighbour to Signal Hill, and we have spoken to Doc about it. We talked about ideas of how we could connect the two reserves. Doc are quite hesitant because it's a scenic reserve, and they're concerned about the use that currently happens in Signal Hill, which obviously we have mountain bikers, etc., and it's not necessarily compatible with the scenic reserve. We have identified in the reserve management plan as one of the, I can't remember if it's a policy, I think, in the plan, about possibly us, DCC having, so it was originally under DCC's management,
Exactly. Yep.
and it's now with Doc, but maybe looking at reinstating it back to the council.
Fantastic.
So that has been a suggestion that we've put in the plan. Obviously, we might get some feedback from Department of Conservation that they might not support that, but we just thought it would make sense given the closeness of the two reserves, and maybe ensuring that connection a bit better. Because you're right, not many people are aware of Burns or have been into Burns. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the first stage of your engagement with the community, I note you used newspaper and social media. What will you do in terms of engaging with the community going forward on the draft? Because that won't reach everybody, you'll be aware.
So we, as I said, we did a kind of an informal engagement when I came in because of the time frame. And as part of that, we actually did did a mail drop to all the neighbours around the reserve. So we would likely do that again, just to keep them up to date as to that process. We will also touch base with all those who submitted as part of the first stage, or came into any of our workshops that we had in that informal stage. And there will also, it'll follow a similar line to what we do with all our engagement, where we will offer sort of walk-ins where people can come in and talk to us about it, and may run some public meetings. But
Thank you, that's really reassuring. Can I ask that consider the time of those sessions, because we've had some scheduled around the FTS that are not terribly convenient for people in terms of working and so forth. And my other question was around the fire risk. And I'm thinking about the 2015 fire, and thank you, the timeline is excellent, it's really informative, where I'm aware of someone that was on Signal Hill Road in their house, totally unaware of the fire. They're not on social media, they sometimes buy a paper, but it was that immediate situation. And were unaware of the fire for quite some time, and when the evacuation was being considered, which was very concerning, and I know that's a civil defence matter, but obviously fire risk, from looking at the review, is being thought about. Have you considered the impact on neighbours and how that's communicated?
yes, it has been considered. It will be hopefully tied up into the fire plan. There'll be sort of some guidelines there as to how council manages that process. But it was also feedback we received from some of the neighbours in terms of our engagement with them. They had some concerns about not knowing what was happening, what they were expected to do, whether to evacuate or not. So,
excellent, thank you.
The report's good. I'm challenging you on the fact that you've kind of got this initial mana whenua history that stops at about 1867, which is pretty old school. And it should probably, that red part should probably thread through the entire thing, and we could easily give you evidence of many, many things that we've engaged with that particular whenua and maunga with. For example, in 1980s, a number of tuki were uncovered as we were building the Polytech. So we know there's a huge amount of history just in the Logan Park area, which is discussed here a lot. So I think there's a lot missing. And if you've got that section about mana whenua and how you're going to engage and what you might do with that, you need a lot more. So there's a lot more to be done there, and I think you could change up the look of the report rather than it just stopping at a certain point like we were just there up until 1860, because that's not the case. Yeah.
Did you? I was just going to say thanks for that, but there is a little bit more to do in that. We have engaged with Okaha, but we are more than able to re-engage. Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, microphone on. No more questions. There being none, I will move the resolution as per the papers. I'd just like to comment that it's fantastic. What's that? Seconder? Seconder, thank you, Councillor Lucas. Goodness me. That it's fantastic to see these management plans coming up to council. It's been a little while. Some of them certainly have dates in, like our strategies, and that are outdated. And we've certainly, through the questioning, talked about things like engagement, the mana whenua history, and I think that since we've got Te Take Haruru now, we've got the destination plan and carbon zero, all those will feed in. So this is a constant process. I also here through the questioning, making sure that we are engaged with our community. Signal Hill is a huge special part of Ōrepoti Dunedin, so we really do want to get the word out there that people want to engage. This is a reserve for everyone and also for our visitors, and that's why I asked the question about were we engaging through Dunedin Host and putting in the destination plan as well. So all of these things are quite interconnected. It was quite a fascinating read and I learned a lot, so that was great. Does anybody else like to say anything about it? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note the considerable diversity within this area, and I was fascinated by the Arboretum, got the word now, the Library of Trees, and groups come and go clearly, but that was a very interesting thing I didn't know. And I also want to acknowledge that the Centennial Memorial is often the first place that people take visitors when they come to the city to look over the city. And I want to acknowledge my great uncle, Mayor of Dunedin, Andrew Allen, whose name is on that memorial. He was the mayor at the time in 1940 when the construction was started. And it's great to see that vision. I hope we can have that vision going forward in terms of the way we care for the Signal Hill Reserve.
Anyone else like to speak? That said, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. And now we shall move on to number 12. Are we welcoming the same people back? We've got John Brinkley this time, as well as Ms. Wikaira and Mr. Ellis. Welcome. Do you need to do a preamble or just take questions? Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Lucas?
Thank you. I note on our page 140, we're on 3.9, where it talks about encroachments in the old management plan. And it talks about council will actively research the location and nature of existing encroachments and will actively seek formalisation and removal of encroachments. I'm just mindful. There's that, and there's also another piece early on where we talk about legislation in respect to, I think it's the Arthur Street Reserve. I'm just mindful that whether any work's been done on that and then we suddenly go out to the public, and especially with encroachments where people will get a little bit nervous if nothing's been progressed in the last how many years.
Yeah, there's some work been recently done with Arthur Street, so that's all under control. The other issue with encroachments is it's part of our general policies as well, and so we're working through property by property really, and trying to identify where they are and seeing what we can do about them. So it's something it's through more than just the town belt, it's actually general policies.
So I had a question, I just around the 2006 survey on ecological values, and there was quite a number of special plants, flora and fauna identified during that survey. So has there been another survey done since then?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Is there a survey plan? My concern is that the survey said that quite a lot of the native plants and animals were becoming scarcer. So I wonder if as part of this work process, is there a plan for another survey?
That could potentially be an outcome or an action from the reserve management plan. I'd say, you know, when we consult with the likes of DOC and various others, that would be something that they suggest, recommend.
Thank you. My next question was just around the questions that were going to be asked that was being attached. Was it attachment? Oh, it's still attached, part of attachment A. I just wondered whether there might be more open-ended questions, and I think I've asked this with previous management plans, is that they're quite high level, and I just wonder, I mean, I had a lot of questions that I would have liked to have given feedback on, and it's got like, oh, is there anything we've missed, 50 words max, and what do you enjoy most about the reserves, how do you see the town belt being used? And I wondered if people might like to make like a SWOT on the current management plan, and give that feedback, and I don't sort of see a mechanism. I see that there's a formal submission and then there's a survey, is that correct?
Yes, that's right. People do tend to, you know, within the free text of what do you enjoy most and how do you see it being used, they do tend to go over those sorts of things. And also too, we get submissions, you get you get separate submissions as well, because we have a Parks Consult email, and sometimes people just email us with their thoughts and don't really even fill out this form. So we get a whole range of different types of submissions that come in.
So because this is the town belt and this is the biggest piece of green space I get we've got, are you confident that because there's a lot of parks underneath, that people may not necessarily identify with that huge calling it the green belt, they're confident that we will be able to get into all of those groups and interested people?
Yeah, one of the pieces of work that we're doing is I've got an engagement advisor on my team, and so we're going through and identifying as many stakeholders as we possibly can. And similar to what was talked about with the Signal Hill plan, is we do all these things with social media and all that sort of stuff, but we're trying to identify and make contact with all the stakeholder groups and then set up meetings with them. So drop-ins or even just going to meet them. And so we're trying to cover and just talk to as many people as we possibly can. Yeah, you're right, there's a huge number of reserves and little spaces in this one. It's quite big, massive.
Councillor Benson-Pope and then Councillor Walker.
Madam Chair, I know a lot of consideration has been given, or discussion has taken place over the years about possible extensions as well as augmentation of the current green belt, town belt. Looking at your map at point 9, it's obvious that this is a substantial amount of pretty mature forestry actually on the western side of the highway leading to Lookout Point. And we know that there's important habitat in there as well. Is any of that being considered for inclusion in some way in the town belt?
There's been a lot of discussion through things like the future development strategy about where the green belt might go, and so there's been quite a lot of discussion about it. I think as part of the engagement we might find out a little bit more and see what the appetite is, but yeah, it's been considered, definitely.
Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you. That segues slightly into my question. So are there any plans afoot to do anything significant with the city's second and much neglected town belt? You know where that is, don't you? In Port Chalmers, yes.
Not at this stage, no.
Why not?
Well, we're doing another piece of work called the Open Space Review, and that's looking at all the. It's kind of like an audit of all the open spaces in the city, and that will get picked up in that one. Yeah.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of questions. First one was around the Victorian town belts. I was unaware that there were 3 worldwide. Where are the other 2?
I don't know.
Some Googling. I was interested when you were talking about engagement. Thank you for those comments. I just wondered how laterally you'd thought. Were you aware, for example, and you'll be engaging with neighbours that border onto the town belt, but were you aware, for example, that the Tolkien girls from Tolkien boarding residents walk through the town belt to get to school? Those are the kind of extra little bits of information and people engaged with that you may not know about?
I wasn't aware of that specific group, but what we are trying to do is talk with all the schools. That'll be one of our stakeholder groups that we'll make contact with. So I would like to think that we pick up on that as part of that.
And in terms of the cemeteries, a lot has changed in those cemeteries that are closed now. Do you have any comment to make about those in addition to what was in the report?
No, just that the importance of the cemeteries, from the point of view of a historical perspective, and so that sort of heritage element's quite important. So I'm hoping that there will be some submissions that give us a little bit of direction about what we can do or what we should be thinking about in terms of the cemeteries.
Councillor O'Malley.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just following up on Councillor Benson Pope's question about extending the Greenbelt. Will North East Valley's western flanks also be considered or can be brought up for that consideration?
Yeah, that's one of the areas that's been talked about in the future development strategy as part of the engagement for that, so it's certainly been considered, yeah.
Mayor Reddick.
Yes, speaking of the future development strategy, there is a map there which shows linking up, a green dotted line linking up around the town belt. Do you have any ideas or more advanced than that, perhaps plans for how that idea might be advanced? So do you have plans for linking up that green belt?
No, it's a conceptual idea at the moment. We haven't taken it any further than that, just as just thinking about what opportunities might be for the future, and that's pretty much it right now.
Are there any more questions? That being said, I will move the motion. I remember to ask for a seconder this time. Thank you, Councillor Gilbert. In moving the motion, I would like to commend all of the work that's been done so far, and it's exciting to have such a major part of our city's infrastructure coming up for review. 202 hectares and countless areas within the current plan. I think we should be very grateful to the people who put this aside, how encroachments and challenges happened to the town belt along the way. So it is something that is very precious to us. It is, we've got many crowning glories, but I think this is one of the absolute crowning glories. When I was a school pupil myself, I did used to walk through the bush track, and we also did some of the surveying as part of our science project. And I was particularly interested in that ecological survey because I'm very concerned about what has happened to the town belt since the survey was done in 2006. So I would like to see another survey done. There was also comments in there about rubbish, etc., and encroachment. So we really do need to take care of something that's absolutely precious to us. We also noted about it being one of only 3 Victorian town belts in the world. We also have the rare Victorian Garden Cemetery, which is the Northern Cemetery as well. So we have some very precious and interesting things. I also, I guess, put it back with the fact that we passed our Heritage Action Plan, which is part of the storytelling, and I noted there was a strong focus on telling the stories through and signage through the different town belt management plans. So I'm very excited about this, and I'm encouraged to hear that there is an engagement advisor on the team, so we make sure that everybody that has an interest in the town belt actually does get to input into this really important plan. Would anyone else? Councillor Gary?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And clearly the town belt is a treasure to our city, and I would suggest that every resident of the city should be engaging. We would want them to engage around this because we all interact with it in some way or another. I want to just note the wonderful community-led, student-led work in the town belt in recent years, and I know we've had in previous times presentations from them, and I found that really impressive. During my time as manager at Tolkien Boarding Residence, my girls walked down through the town belt every single day, sometimes twice a day and back again, and it was a very important part of their day. Many properties back onto the town belt, but I want to particularly focus my comments today on the northern and southern cemeteries, and I want to note the work of the Historic Cemetery Conservation Trust of New Zealand, led by Stuart Harvey in previous years. Stuart's since passed away, but he did some amazing work there, and I know what a treasure those two cemeteries are, and in particular the Southern Cemetery, which I visit regularly. I have my great-grandparents buried there, and I note as I go to their grave, the grave of Johnny Jones and Thomas Burns, so it is truly a heritage place. But I want to note too the changes that have happened in that area, and potentially through other areas of the town belt. I remember the days of waking up in the morning as a teenager to the ODT front page, where someone had gone in and vandalised and pushed over all the gravestones, a whole lot of gravestones in the southern and northern cemetery, including family graves. And I remember a time when it wasn't safe to go there, and I wouldn't let my elderly parents go there because there was glue sniffing and so forth. It is a different place now, and I commend our park staff for the work they do on an ongoing basis around vegetation management and looking after perpetual graves and just keeping the area beautiful. I recall going to the opening of the Larnac tomb, the restoration of the Larnac tomb in the Northern Cemetery. So we have a real jewel there in terms of us as a heritage city, and over time it has changed. They're both closed cemeteries now, and it's a very important part of the town belt. So I wanted to draw attention to that. I look forward to this work, and I do hope we can engage with a lot of people on this piece of work, because it does impact us all.
Any other speakers? That's said, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare that the motion is carried. So we shall move on to item number 3, the Otago Harbour Reserve Management Plan, and welcome the team back. Would you like to speak to the report or just take questions?
I'd just like to say that Mr Scott McLean is also in the room to take any questions related to some of the work that's taking place around the Otago Harbour with the ORC.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Gary?
Could Mr McLean give us an overview of that work with the ORC?
Thanks, Councillor, and through the Chair. So the idea of a joined-up approach to harbour management's been one, as many of you will know, has been bubbling around for quite some time. So it's just starting to get some traction. So I've met with the ORC, and the ORC have also been discussing it with mana whenua, and we all agree that we need to develop initially a joint vision of what we want for the harbour, acknowledging that the ORC and the DCC have different management responsibilities. So in order to develop that, there's a lot of harbour users, stakeholders that will have input. So ORC are just about to go to market for a consultant to help pull all of that work together. So that'll take place over the next few months. And yeah, then that'll inform a joint vision, and then second stage is to what does that mean for the management approach, and it might be a range of management approaches for each organisation, and yeah.
So a subsequent question, if I may, are you aware of the 2017, the document from the 2017 public forum, the forum on the harbour?
Thanks, Councillor. Yes, I have the list. I believe you put it together, took the notes. So ORC has that, and I understand have given it to their, that'll be part of their RFP as well.
Excellent, thank you. And the timing on that?
So I reviewed their RFP document last week, so they're going to market, if not already, very soon.
Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert, then Benson Pope, then Walker.
Thank you. Just similar to, in fact, the last item, the questions that are being asked seem rather light to me, particularly given, in my reading at least, number 3 seems to be an, albeit slightly reworded and vaguely nuanced, repeat on number 1. It's ostensibly saying, asking what is good, what is not good, and what is good. So I'm wondering whether there's a way of, and I realise from your comments on the previous item that the 50-word, sort of open-ended question, that you do get a little bit of feedback, but I'm wondering whether it would be advantageous to put something in rather than, what does it say? It says, how do you see the, where is it? How do you see the Otago Harbour being used in 20 years? How I see it being used and how I'd like to see it being used may be two vastly different things. So whether there's a way of hijacking one of those questions to ask what they would like to see it being used as, for example.
Yes, we can do that. We can modify the sheet. Yep.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. I think this is for you again. The earlier discussions that you're talking about, are they also taking into consideration the extensive findings of the joint GCC ORC working party in the time of Les Cleveland, which was a very extensive community consultation with lots of input, largely ignored? You're aware of those documents as well?
I wasn't, thanks, Councillor, but we'll dig those out.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. And again, this is probably for Mr McLean, and feel free, Mr McLean, to cut me off if any of this is confidential. There's been talk in the West Harbour community, particularly around Port Chalmers, for well over a decade about potential work in conjunction with Port Otago related to what's known as Back Beach. Is that something you can talk about, or is that not something you're aware of?
I'm aware of it, and Kevin has a plan, but that's where it's at.
And emanating from when and for how long, or?
What do you mean, Councillor?
Well, you're saying there's a plan. When I mean, what?
I said Kevin has a plan.
So Port Otago haven't sat down with you and to discuss the plan?
They brought a reasonably well-formed plan to both the ORC and myself, and we've suggested that that wasn't the process that you would go about doing a harbour development.
So, in essence, they could feed into this?
There is a group that's being set up, I think, that will be the 3 institutions and mana whenua, which will feed into all of it, yes. But whether that plan comes to fruition, hard to know.
Councillor Wiley, Gilbert, Mayhem, Gary.
Maybe a question for the chief or one of the other staff members. In reading through this paper, I saw no real evidence or understanding of how the harbour ended up in the hands of the ORC. I struggled to see that whole transition back in '89 when that took place, and also following through on the level investment or the purpose of that and what was supposed to have been carried out and delivered to. So I'm hoping, getting confirmation from staff, that some of that background information could be added to know what was that whole purpose, because when I look around the country, many of the harbours ended up with the cities, hence Port of Tauranga, Port of Wellington, Port of Auckland, but yet our port ended up in the hands of the ORC. So an understanding of that and the reference to it and what was supposed to be the outcomes for the community. If that's possible, please.
It may not be. We may not want to traverse that ground, but because you'll know, because you've sat around the table for a number of years, that Councillor Benson Pope in particular has a view on what transpired and what should have. I'm just saying, but this will be a document. Well, we'll set the scene for where the harbour, what the harbour is. It might not be in the 1989 context. It might be grounded slightly differently than that, I would suspect.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. One I forgot to ask again on the questions, and given that we've had two reports that have, or two items that have had questions raised about the questions, I'm wondering whether I assume there isn't a template that just gets kind of pulled out here of the questions to ask for these sorts of things. Would it be advantageous for there to be, so that you don't get quizzed each time?
These are essentially a template. You notice that this is quite similar in the way that the town belt was. And what we do is we try and adapt and modify, but we still leave these open-ended parts down the bottom. Yeah, we're trying to sort of get people thinking about these things, and they go through tick, 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 and then what we're hoping is that they then think, oh yeah, in the free text they can put their own ideas, or even just, like I say before, sometimes they just ignore this completely and just type us an email and send it in. Yeah.
I would also say that we have an engagement advisor now, and we are hoping to do different kinds of engagement as well, to be able to get different kinds of feedback apart from the kind of written survey feedback.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm hoping that the community boards on either side of the harbour will have an opportunity to feed into this plan also. I was thinking it was a harbour management plan, but it seems to be specifically around the reserves. And if you look at the map, there is nothing there pertaining to Aramoana. While it may not be an official reserve, I think it's a really vital part of the harbour. We've got a body here, the harbour is 12 miles long. What's that, 25 kilometres? It's the largest harbour in the nation, and the exit point right there, Aramoana, is a place of extreme risk, regular inundation. We've got that spit, we've got that huge sandy area, and a really low-lying community. And whilst it may not be one of our reserves, I really feel strongly that Aramoana should be part of the management plan. Do you know why it's not marked on the map at all?
I might take that one. Thanks, Councillor. So we can only create management plans for our reserves under our management. A lot of the area you just referred to is Department of Conservation land, so they'll have their own management plans specific to that land. However, that's exactly the sort of thing that'll be picked up in the wider piece of work. So that it's a truly joined up approach to the harbour as a whole.
So just following up from that, there's also the Pukakura management plan for the other side, and I thought I saw something about an Aramoana management plan when I was looking at management plans last time. I want to go back to just following on from that 10D, where it's talking about the management plan in the bits that it doesn't include. Will there be a it says that there's going to be a review, and I just wonder what the timing is, given that this is going out to early consultation. What is the timing to align all of the plans? Because it would seem sensible to do them all at once that relate.
The Raven Walkway isn't a recreation reserve, so we're looking at the pieces of land that connect from, so the roadway to that, and they are currently, we haven't got them in any reserve management plan, so that's why we're just updating these sort of odd little parcels that we don't currently look after.
So is it the bunch of reserves that will be covered by the, isn't there like a, I've completely forgotten the name, like the one that covers all the bits that haven't got their own specific management plan? That's coming back to council, isn't it?
That's right, the draft's being written at the moment. Yes, the general policies covers, it's like a basic rules and regulations for all the things. But because this one is, because of its location, we kind of thought that maybe it would be appropriate to put these little pieces of land in this one. But yeah, again, you know, it depends on some of the feedback we get from the engagement.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Harking back to amalgamation, I just wondered, could you clarify if we're sure about the ownership of the Harbour Edge assets on the reserves? Because there has been a time when there was some grey areas.
As far as we know, and there's another colleague in our team, Owen Graham, who looks after these things, so we're all up to date. And you know, there's things like in this one we talk about incorporating the Otago Boat Harbour Reserve, so all of and it wasn't included because there was issues around leasing and ownership and things like that. All of those things have been updated, and so we're confident that we've got everything we need to think about.
And at a more granular level, are you aware of the confusion for the public, and will this be addressed in this review, around the ownership of some of the assets? So if I take, there's a particular boat ramp owned by a club, but people think it's a public access way, and that is repeated at various places around the Harbour Edge.
That will have to be addressed, and that's something that when we do the engagement, we'll have to go there and somehow incorporate it into the plan, into the draft plan.
And another of my questions, and I have a number, around the dog issue, which is contained in the previous review. There have been changes, some pathways put through, and dogs are not, there's no dog control, particularly in outer areas. So will those kinds of issues be updated and addressed?
What, as far as we can, we're also, you know, we're working with dog control or animal control on the new bylaw, and so those sort of things, there'll be a little bit of a crossover. So we're pretty much working together on this. Yeah.
So that feedback from the community will be really important. A couple more questions. I wanted to ask around staff expertise, because this is a very focused area and there is a maritime aspect to it. We did have a staff member who had maritime experience. What is the current state of staffing, and is there good interaction with the harbour master and so forth?
Yes, there is. We do have a very good relationship, but we do have a consultancy budget, so if there is an area that's outside our expertise, we will bring in skills as required.
And my final question is just a small point but important. In the list of activities on the Harbour Edge, page 188, the one that's missing there for me is artists and photographers, and I was reminded of this Yesterday, I was putting some recycling out, and a photographer pulled up in his car, took his long lens camera out, and was taking photos of the harbour. And that happens all the time, and artists too around the. So could we include that? Because I think it's a whole group of people in the community.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, hopefully some of these groups engage with us, and so we can actually maybe find out specifically what kind of facilities or environment they need for this sort of thing. Yeah.
Wonderful, thank you.
Can I just ask a question, given that we've just had 3 of these plans come and they'll all be going out to consultation? Are they going out to consultation at a similar time, or is it staged? Because people might get, given we've got LTP and other stuff going on, people may get consultation overload. So is there a plan about how we consult?
Yeah, the Town Belt and this one are both going out at the same time, so from 4th of April. But the Signal Hill one is at a different time. Yeah.
So are they all lined up around the long-term plan, so we've not got too much noise going on?
Sorry, Madam Chair, just to clarify the voice in the gallery, thank you. Yes, there's LTP engagement from 8th of April to 7th of May, and we won't be cluttering that space out with any other engagement during that time.
Thank you. My next question is just following on from Councillor Gary mentioning photography, and I'm going to go back to the visitor aspect, given there's probably about 500,000 people that visit the Otago Peninsula and use those roads and look at the harbour. Again, around the process of engagement with a voice for them, because obviously the visitors come and go. So I guess, would you be looking at internal engagement with Enterprise Dunedin perhaps as part of the destination management plan to make sure that the visitor's voice, which is a hugely important voice, is captured in that?
Absolutely. Yes, we, as I mentioned before, we put together a list of key stakeholders, and that includes internal departments as well as external. And yeah, we try and cover as many people internally as we possibly can. Yeah.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions?
Yes. Just following up on your comment earlier, Councillor Barker, you talked about the Pukura Trust Management Plan. And I think it's scheduled, and Mr McLean might better clarify, I think it's like 2026 or 2027 as originally it was planned to be updated. So you announced to Councillor Barker earlier, you'd said that the intention was that all of those other management plans will be done at the same time, and I'm aware that one in particular will take quite a long consultation period and a lot of work. I'm just thinking that might not match up. I'm looking maybe at Mr McLean.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I can't recall the date that that's due to be reviewed, but I do know that that'll be slightly different because of the joint management with Mana Whenua and Department of Conservation. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly what form that would take.
Ms Bordeke?
Yeah, that one probably won't line up because it's more complicated, I think. Yeah, it's a very complicated history. I just wondered about stakeholders, and you mentioned that. I'm assuming Mana Whenua was not a stakeholder and that they're at the table because there's obviously some concerns around te raone, erosion and everything like that. And your comment about Aramoana is interesting because even though it's not a reserve, it's looking through a particular lens that we wouldn't actually, as Mana Whenua, wouldn't necessarily value. Our value is placed in a number of different areas, probably te raone, Pukekura, Otako. It's an entrance to the harbour. I'm not saying it's valueless, but you got to put the lens on it that comes from a different group of people. So these are all these things to consider deeply, because that is our beating heart. You know, and it's sustained us for thousands of years, so it's really critical that we have a really strong voice in there. Kia ora.
Any more questions? No more questions, therefore I shall move the resolution is recommended. May I have a second to Councillor Gary. In moving this, I was just listening to Ms Portaki talk about the beating heart and the importance to mana whenua of the harbour, and I note that in the report it certainly says the current harbour management plan does not adequately recognise mana whenua partners, so I would think that this was one of the key important things to be addressed, and also that the current harbour reserve management plan does not adequately address climate change adaptation, net carbon zero measures and sustainability. So it is wanting in a number of places. And we also have examined all of the little bits. I think when you look at the map, you can see this reserve management plan is just about a few little bits around the harbour, and that, I guess, is concerning in itself because it is a very large harbour with a very wide shoreline around it, and of great importance for the city as well. So I asked the questions about the review of the reserves and the timing as well, was to make sure that we have everything lined up. Great to see that we're working with the ORC and mana whenua and looking towards a joint strategic vision. I totally respect that Councillor Gary has been asking about this plan for a long time and what's happening with it, so it's actually good to see them all at the table. The reason that I asked the question around the phasing of all of this consultation is we don't want people we want people to be excited about the consultation and the chance to give input, not overwhelmed, and there was a lot of reading in these management plans as well. I also brought up the visitor aspect because, as I said, old statistics, but we were getting about 500,000 visitors along the into the Otago Peninsula, and of course they look at the Otago Harbour, so it's really important that we capture all of those voices of all of those users. So I'm looking forward to this happening, and I've got Councillor Benson Pope, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with all of that, and I'd like to reinforce the comments you made about point 10 of the report, A and B. I think that's a key element, and I think in the joint working party that I referred to earlier, the interests of involvement of mana whenua wasn't properly traversed. I do have a caution to add, though, because this isn't the first time, as I've said twice today, that we've looked for a coordinated master plan for the harbour and its harbour edge, and I think the stunning success of the work that has been done around the safety improvements with the extensive cooperation of mana whenua, with the extensive cooperation of mana whenua, has highlighted the value of this part of our city. I mean, today we're actually spoilt with the richness of treasures, but this is the biggest one. And for a long time, for too long, we haven't done anything near like enough to enhance access, to look after the harbour and its surrounds as much as we should, and to work jointly with other users. Other cities would die for a recreational and physical resource of this nature right in the heart of the city. I'm not talking about bridges, but access is one issue. The bigger issues, though, relate to coordination of how we together work on the issues and the opportunities. And part of that has been alluded to by Councillor Wiley's subtle mention of history. This historically has become a problem because of the Local Government Commission's decision about the ownership of Port Otago, and that is a matter of history, and that ain't going to change. But there are issues that have flown from that do need to be addressed. I think you've only got to look at the map in point 9 to see how extensive the reserve side of this discussion is. And we all know the advantage that the city, thanks to other funding sources and so on, and cooperation from parties, has taken to further improve access around the harbour, all of it, for our residents. And the inevitable consequence of that greater awareness leads to the demands that will be placed on this discussion process. So good luck to all involved. I think the consultation around the issues here will be more fraught than the other two plans, but that's fine. We do need to get on with it, and I think this is extremely timely. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've often described the harbour as the jewel in Dunedin's crown, and it's very hard to separate the harbour edge from the harbour itself. And over the years there's been some lack of clarity around ownership, which has confused the issue. In 2017, on the 16th of October, a forum for the public was held as part of the Heritage Festival, and its title was A Vision for Otago Harbour. And I recall walking into that forum that was chaired by Neville Peat, and there was a panel of Mayor Dave Cull, from the Runaka, Edward Allison, Port Otago, Yachting New Zealand, University of Otago and ORC. There were 150 people turned up, which was an absolute astonishment to me, and many of them represented groups. And out of it came a list of visionary points that people made. What I am heartened to know is that many of those things have already happened and there's been progress. But the key outcome people wanted was a stakeholder group. And I am delighted it has taken some time, but I am delighted that we are on the way, both with the wider piece of work that Mr McLean is leading from the DCC perspective in conjunction with ORC, because this cannot be done on our own. This has to be done, this work, both the wider and the more specific work for this review of the management plan needs to be done in an integrated way. For 5 years, I lobbied in my role as Community Board Chair and Deputy Chair around harbour matters. One of them was getting a harbour master, one was getting the bylaws put back in place and relevant, and the third was dredging the Eastern Channel. And these are all connected with the land-based access, so we can't really separate them. In lieu of the dredging, the channel markers have been put in place, and I'm very heartened to know that Mr McLean was the ORC officer who was very involved in that project. So it gives me great confidence knowing that Mr McLean will be the one leading the work from our point of view. I hear great things from the Harbour Master about our engagement already, so that gives me great confidence as well. But I want to acknowledge too Mana Whenua's graciousness around reclamation of the harbour. I know it's been a really difficult issue, and we shouldn't lose sight of it, particularly at the moment, and particularly in light of my earlier comments today in the previous meeting. However, I want to finish by focusing, if you'll indulge me, just to mention a person, and this is in relation to the management plan review, and particularly in relation to Te Raione. The chair of the Te Raione Beach Coast Care Committee was for a very long period of time a gentleman called Mr Graham Burns, who interacted with both Community Board and Council on many occasions and lobbied over, I think, about 40 years around the Te Raione project. And Mr Burns is very, very unwell in hospital currently. I hope to visit him this afternoon, but I just want to acknowledge the work and passion he had for that project. And when you read in the old management plan about Te Raione and what needed to happen, and we see what has happened today, again, with the graciousness of Mana Whenua and their involvement and the community out at Harrington Point, we can be really delighted at that progress, and I'm sure that will be reflected in the new plans. So I just want to acknowledge Mr Burns' work. It is people like him in the community that make a difference and treasure the many aspects of our city, the harbour being one.
Would anyone else like to speak? That said, I am going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. Number 14, items for consideration by the Chair. Has anyone got, you have an item, Councillor Wiley?
Not directly for the consideration of the chair, but something that I think all councillors need to be aware of, and I'm quite concerned when I read in the ODT, that last night there was an accident at 6:50 p.m. at the Burlington and Queen's Gardens. And the reference to that is that police requested Hatohori St John attendance, but they were advised there were no units available to attend. And I think through the Mayor or through the CEO, I'm quite concerned if there are residents in our community who are calling Hatohori St John for attendance, and even if the police are calling them for an accident like that, that they're not able to attend. And I also am aware of a similar indication around the services of the police and what services are being provided. So at some future meeting or forum, could we get an update from the Mayor or CEO about the service, emergency response services in the city and their ability to attend events? Thank you.
If I could, the Civil Defence Advisory Group or Management Group is meeting next week that has emergency services there, including all the emergency services. I'll get an update and circulate that once we get it from them.
Nothing else. Therefore, I will close. Kia whakaera te tapu, kia wātia a te ara, kia turuki whakataha ai, kia turuki whakatahi ai, haumie, huie, taiki ai. Restrictions are moved aside so the pathways is clear to return to everyday activities.